Good morning, honorable members, our officials.
Morning, Honorable Chair.
Morning,
Here
Honorable
we start. I'm told you are forming a quorum. Honorable members, let me take this opportunity
Recording
to
in
welcome
progress.
all of you, members of the committee, the affected members, the initiator and his team, and the legal team of the affected members. Good morning. Let me establish whether we do have apologies from our officials. Do we have any apology?
We have an apology from Ms. Majosi, and the members of 30A have indicated they will attend caucus at 10, so they will not be here.
Thank you. The apologies are noted. We're proceeding. Honorable members, we are today and the next 3 days holding a hearing on the incident of the 30th August 2022, when the National Assembly held its plenary to consider questions for oral reply by the President of the Republic. That incident involved physical removal of members from the chamber, and it has since been referred to this committee by the Speaker for investigation and report. I now declare the hearing open, honorable members. At this stage, I will ask the initiator to introduce himself and his team and to inform the committee of the purpose of the hearing. Thank you. Over to you, initiator.
I'm the initiator for this hearing. My apologies, maybe the mic was off. Let me do that again. I'm Tanya Golden Issy. I am the initiator that has been appointed to prosecute the charges against the relevant EFF
Initiator,
members.
I'm handing over to you to introduce yourself and your team and the purpose.
Chair, can you hear me? I think there's a problem with them.
Hello, Chair. Hello, Chair. Can you hear me? Members, can you hear me? Members, can you hear me? Hello? Chair, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah.
IT, can you assist us? We can't hear the initiator. It's not muted. It seems as if there is a problem between us and the house. Please.
Hello, Chair. Hello, Chair.
stand the matter down until the technical guys sort it out.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me?
Hello, is someone speaking?
Yes, Chair. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you. I only hear noise. I believe it's the same with other members.
Chair, you are clear, but the rest not.
Yes, also I can confirm I can hear the chair, but well, I don't understand what is happening in the house or
And
perhaps
they're trying to fix it in the house.
okay, thanks, Chair.
Chairperson. Chairperson.
Hello,
Mlengana here. How are you?
I'm fine, my comrade, and yourself?
No, I'm fine. Look, it's fortunate that there is still this. It's not a part of the recordings, but just for me to understand. I see Dr. Lotrin and one or two
Recording
other DA
stopped.
members. Thanks for stopping. I see Dr. Lotrin and other DA member also in the platform. That does it mean when they are free, they will be part? Which means it's not that their apology is for the whole day. Maybe it's for only those hours or minutes when they would be participating in their caucus. Just for clarity, so that have
Yeah,
perfect.
maybe they can clarify if they're on the platform, they hear you, they can clarify that, because I heard only the issue of the apologies, and then that's why I said apologies noted.
Yes,
can
I
we
see
get-
Dr.
Chairperson,
Lotrin. If they
it's
can,
Dr. Lotrick,
yeah.
if I may.
Yes, Dr. Lutrick.
Yes, good morning, Chair, and good morning,
Morning, good morning,
members.
Doctor.
Honourable Van der Walt and myself have a few other commitments as well that have been scheduled a long time ago. So we are trying our best to, where possible, to join
Recording in
the hearing.
progress.
So we also hope that we will have sufficient connection. So we have just alerted the committee to this. So if we're not on, it's not because we don't want to be on. It is purely because we had to drop off or we have connection problems. Thank you.
I hope you're answered, Honorable Minister.
Yes. I'm answered, and perhaps when everything gets back to normal, if that could be clarified. Because look, I'm just cautioning the whole committee, including everybody, that we have to be, legal wise, lest they participate and we take heed of whatever would be, articulated by them, and the bottom line would be that, but they had filed an apology not to be part of the meeting. We have to be on toes from all angles. I'm
I
very happy with
appreciate
the
it.
explanation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I check, is the meeting still on or they're still fixing the technicality?
The work is still on. They are still working on the issue of the
Technicality.
technology. Yes.
Okay,
Thank
thanks.
you. Let's wait, please.
Hi, Chairperson. Hello, Chairperson. Hello, honorable members.
Still can't hear anything.
Still, we can't hear, Chair, anything. We could see pictures playing of honorable member over here. Thank you.
And in Nigeria.
On a point of order, Speaker. That is the point of order. Honorable Speaker, eyona nto ke ebesiyilindele kuPresident ukuthi aye ngqo apho kufele khona ithole. Athethe ngephalaphala elaplazi lakhe. Honorable Member, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, first question is on migration. It is nothing the president makathethe ngalento ama-Afrika awayilindele. Indaba yasephalaphala nemali ephansi kwamatrasi Honorable Mathulelwa. Honorable Mathulelwa. Honorable Mathulelwa, the first question on the order paper is a question on migration. It has nothing to do with Palapala. You will raise the Palapala issue when the time comes. Please take your seat. That was the first question, Honorable Member. Switch off your mic. Thank you. Please continue. Point of order, Speaker. There is no point of order until the President has finished his question. I'm entitled to a point of order. Until he has finished answering the question, take your seat. I get that, Speaker, but I'm entitled to a point of order. Honorable Mahutwe, sit down. Take your seat. Rule 92 says I'm entitled to a point of order, Speaker. Honorable Shirwa Thalapans. Speaker, point of order, I am entitled to a point of order in this House, whether you like it or not. Honorable members, I had said that was the last I've accepted, Honorable. What rule? What rule? And I said, what rule? On the basis that, what rule are you using? Speaker, it's not up to you all the time. We are entitled to point of order. Which rule are you using? Honorable members.
69.
Which rule are you using to suppress a point of order? You are not going to disrupt the House. No. But what rule are you using to suppress a point of order? The House.
69.
We will allow for him to respond to the issues you raised in the question paper. What I will not allow is at a point when the president or any member of the executive for that matter is responding to a question and then you say a point of order even before you've had the answer. So I'm not going to allow
point of order is allowed in any part of this sitting.
But in this
you can raise a point of order anytime. We want an explanation of the man in the mattress and pillows of Cyril Ramaphosa today. We want the man which is in the pillows.
The money is not number one. Palapala is not number one on the list of questions on the order paper.
Yes, but it's a priority.
We are dealing with question one on the
number one in the country.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 92, subsection 12. Honorable Speaker, you have made a ruling around.
So who said German Cat must speak?
Around 6.
Why German Cat is speaking, Speaker?
around.
Why Chairman Kat is on the floor? Did you recognize him?
That the.
Speaker, why Chairman Kat is speaking?
Please,
Why Chairman Kat is speaking?
will you please?
You didn't
ensure that
recognize him.
the people who are violating that rule are evicted. Thank you. Speaker.
Honorable members,
Speaker.
there is no amount of confusion. There is no amount of screaming or disruption of the session, which will prevent us from proceeding with the discussion today. Now,
Speaker.
honorable members, Imagalog now.
Speaker.
I don't know who's saying speaker, but will you please, I'm on the floor now. I'm now on the floor. Thank you. Now, honorable members, Rule 17 states that if the presiding officer is of the opinion that a member is deliberately contravening a provision of the rules, or that a member is disregarding the authority of the chair, or that a member's conduct is grossly disorderly, he or she may order the member to leave the chamber immediately for the remainder of the day's sitting. Honorable members, I just thought as a point of reminder, honorable members should take cognizance of.
It's intimidation. It's a threat. You mean as a threat? That's intimidation.
It's not intimidation.
It is intimidation. Why do you want to remind us that you are going to evict us?
You are going to be evicted.
When you have not even heard
If you
the point of
you raise a point of order. Honorable members,
No, you can't intimidate us. The point of order.
honorable members, I have closed all points of order.
On what rule? On what rule are you closing points of order?
On the rule that people are using points of order.
There's no
to
rule like that.
disrupt
No rule like
the
that. No rule like
session.
that. No rule like that.
Honorable members,
Then kusembaheni ke.
will you
Sisebenzisa rules zasembaheni.
will you please now? I
Not
have
a cry.
requested.
In that order, I will invite the initiator to take the platform. Can the initiator hear me? Honorable members, am I audible?
You are audible, Chair. Is the
At M46, can you hear me?
Hi, Chair.
According to the proceeding, it's the time for the initiator
Hello,
to
Chair.
introduce himself and also to read the purpose of the hearing. To the hearing session, thank you. But I can't see him.
Hello.
Maybe can you give an explanation? Okay. Speak, I'm listening.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, let me tell this.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, Chair. So let me start again. Thank you. I'm Tanya Golden, SC. I'm the appointed initiator to prosecute the charges against the 3 EFF members of Parliament, and I'm assisted by my colleague, Advocate Penny Maguna Dano. Thank you, Chair.
Can you proceed and explain the purpose of the hearing? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We've convened today in the internal parliamentary hearing. Sorry, the sound is not so good, Chair. I apologize. I'll hand over to my colleague. It seems we're only doing introductions first, and then after this. Yeah.
Penny, can you proceed?
Thank you, Chair. We've convened today in the internal parliamentary hearing to prosecute charges against 3 EFF members of Parliament. It is in respect of Mr. Keza, Mr. Paulson, and Ms. Menti. That's the subject of the hearing, and it also pertains to the proceedings in the National Assembly on 30 August 2022, which was a session convened by the National Assembly to address questions to the President, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. There are 3 charge sheets or notices. They are in the hearing bundle. I would like to confirm that members of the committee are in possession of the bundle. Chair?
Thank you. If you are done, just reflect to us that you're done.
By way of introduction, I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks for the introduction and the purpose of the hearing. I will now ask the legal team of the affected members to introduce themselves. But before allowing them to introduce to speak, I would like the legal to confirm the presence of the affected members. Do we have them? Then we will proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to confirm whether you can hear me and the rest of the committee members can also hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, Advocate.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just by way of introduction, my name is Kasiboto. It's Ka-Siboto, JSA member of the bar. I can confirm, Chair, that the 3 members that are charged are present. I've got here with me in the House, Mr. Paulson MP, and the other 2 are available virtually. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the introduction and the confirmation that the affected members are in our midst. That I will now at this time call upon the initiator to put the charges on the affected members. Over to you, Advocate.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, there are 1 or 2 other matters that I need to address the committee on, but I will go ahead and in the meantime put the charges to the members to plead thereto. I will start with the first notice in respect of Mr. Keza MP. Chair, you will find that notice at page 244 of the hearing bundle. I will go straight to the charges, which starts on page 247. We already know that the charges relate to the conduct of the relevant members in the National Assembly proceedings on the 30th of August 2022 during questions to the President. Charge 1 in respect of Mr. Keza is the following. Please bear with me, Chair, and I'll try and read it as quickly as I can. It is alleged that you are guilty of conduct constituting contempt of Parliament in terms of section 13, brackets A, C, and D of the Powers and Privileges and Immunities of Parliament Act. I will just, in the course of reading the notices, I will just refer to it as the Act. In that, as a Member of Parliament and during the sitting of the National Assembly on 30 August 2022, you contravened sections 7A and B of the Act, read together with the National Assembly rules 69A, C, and F, when during the proceedings you inter alia willfully and intentionally failed and or refused to, 1, comply with an instruction by the Speaker to leave the National Assembly, 2, improperly interfered with or impeded the exercise or performance by the National Assembly of its functions, 3, obstructed other members from proceeding with the meeting in the National Assembly, and 4, improperly interfered with the performance by other members of their functions in the National Assembly. By engaging in such conduct, which was grossly disorderly, you created and took part in a disturbance during a meeting of the National Assembly within the parliamentary precinct in breach of section 7E of the Act. Charge 2, it is alleged that you are guilty of conduct constituting contempt of Parliament in terms of section 13 of the Act, in that as a Member of Parliament and during the National Assembly on 30 August 2022, on questions to the President, you did not raise a point of order in terms of Rule 92(1), but persisted to speak while the Speaker addressed the House and disrupted proceedings. When ordered to leave the chamber in terms of Rule 70, for disregarding the authority of the Chair, you refused to leave, having been ordered to do so by the presiding officer, and the presiding officer was compelled to instruct the Sergeant-at-Arms to remove you forthwith. Further, in breach of sections 13C and 13D of the Act, you failed and refused to comply with the order to leave the chamber, compelling the Speaker to invoke Rule 73(2) of the rules, and you were duly removed by the Parliamentary Protection Services. Chair, those are the two charges in relation to Mr. Keza. Mr. Keza is now required, in terms of the Act and the rules, to plead to those charges.
Thank you. I will now recognize each member and request the member to plead to charges. I will allow for up to 3 minutes for members wishing to give an explanation and opportunity to do so. Honorable members, if a member pleads guilty to the charges, I will ascertain from the member whether the member admits guilt to the charges as put to him by the initiator. If a member refuses to enter a plea, I must enter a plea of not guilty in respect of that member. As outlined to the first member, Honorable Kasa Okresi, I'm now asking the to please.
Chairperson, the sound is very, very bad, you know. I don't know whether you are calling me or not, but it sounded to the effect of kind of
I'm
something.
calling you to
I'm not
please,
trusting.
Honorable. I can hear you, Honorable Member.
I'm not
requesting.
trusting.
Sorry for that. Can you correct me, Honorable Member? I'm not doing it deliberately.
My name is Kanya Peza. I plead not guilty, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Kanya. I will request the initiator to proceed with the second member, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next charge sheet from which I will read pertains to Mr. Paulson MP. His charge sheet you will find at page 255 of the hearing bundle. I'll proceed to read charge 1. It is alleged that you are guilty of conduct constituting contempt of Parliament in terms of section 13, A, C, and D of the Act, in that as a Member of Parliament and during the sitting of the National Assembly on 30 August 2022, you contravened sections 7, A, B, and C of the Act read together with National Assembly Rule 69A, B, C, E, and F, and Rule 73.5. When during the proceedings you inter alia willfully and intentionally failed and or refused to 1. Comply with an instruction by the Speaker to leave the National Assembly, 2. Improperly interfered with or impeded the exercise or performance by the National Assembly of its functions, 3. Obstructed other members from proceeding with the meeting in the National Assembly, and 4. Improperly interfered with the performance by other members of their functions in the National Assembly. By engaging in such conduct, which was grossly disorderly, you created and took part in a disturbance during a meeting of the National Assembly within the parliamentary precinct in breach of section 7E of the Act. Charge 2. It is alleged that you are guilty of conduct constituting contempt of Parliament in terms of section 13A, read together with section 26 of the Act, and NA Rule 69A, B, C, E, and F, and Rule 73.5. In that, as a Member of Parliament and during the sitting of the National Assembly on 30 August 2022, on questions to the President, you hindered or obstructed a staff member in the execution of that staff member's duties by physically intervening in the removal of Honourable Keza. Chair, those are the 2 charges in relation to Mr. Paulson.
Thank you, Initiator. Honorable Paulson, how do you plead to the charges?
Good morning, Chair. I plead not guilty on all charges.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Initiator, can you proceed?
Thank you, Chair. And then the final charge sheet relates to Ms. Menti, Member of Parliament. I will read from page 263 of the hearing bundle from her notice. Charge 1. It is alleged that you are guilty of conduct constituting contempt of Parliament in terms of sections 13A, C, and D of the Act, in that as a Member of Parliament and during the sitting of the National Assembly on 30 August 2022, you contravened sections 7A and B of the Act, read together with National Assembly Rule 69A, C, D, and F, when during the proceedings you inter alia willfully and intentionally failed and or refused 1. To comply with an instruction by the Speaker to leave the National Assembly, 2. Improperly interfered with with or impeded the exercise or performance by the National Assembly of its functions. 3, obstructed other members from proceeding with a meeting in the National Assembly. And 4, improperly interfered with the performance by other members of their functions in the National Assembly. By engaging in such conduct, which was grossly disorderly, you created and took part in a disturbance during a meeting of the National Assembly within the parliamentary precinct in breach of Section 7E of the Act. Charge 2, it is alleged that you are guilty of conduct constituting contempt of Parliament in terms of Section 13C of the Act, in that as a Member of Parliament and during the National Assembly of 30 August 2022, on questions to the President, you did not raise a point of order in terms of Rule 92(1), but persisted to speak while the Speaker addressed the House, and you disrupted proceedings. When ordered to leave the chamber in terms of Rule 70 for disregarding the authority of the Chair, you refused to leave, having been ordered to do so by the presiding officer, and the presiding officer was compelled to instruct the Sergeant at Arms to remove you forthwith. Further, in breach of Sections 13C and D of the Act, you failed and or refused to comply with the order to leave the chamber, compelling the Speaker to invoke Rule 73(2) of the rules, and you were duly removed by the Parliamentary Protection Services. Charge 3, it is alleged that you are guilty of conduct constituting contempt of Parliament in terms of Section 13C and D of the Act. And during the sitting of the National Assembly on 30 August 2022, on questions to the President, and following a disturbing and volatile exchange of remarks between the Honourable Ms. T. Mgweba and yourself, the Speaker requested both members to withdraw the remarks, which you refused to do. When ordered to leave the chamber in terms of Rule 70 for disregarding the authority of the Chair, you failed and refused to comply with the order. Further, in breach of Section 26 of the Act, the Sergeant at Arms reported that you would not comply with the request to leave the chamber, and Rule 73(2) had to be invoked by the Speaker, and you were duly removed by female staff of the Parliamentary Protection Services. Chair, those are the charges against Ms. Menti.
Thank you, Initiator. Honorable Menti, how do you plead to the charges?
Good morning. To the committee.
Morning, Honorable Member.
This is Honorable Tomovi Veronica Mende. I plead not guilty to all charges.
Thank you, Honorable Menti. Thank you for your response. Are there any members present who have not been asked to plead to charges, honorable members? If not, at this stage, I will now invite the witness.
Chair, if you would permit me just
Yes.
to place, I think, 2 issues on record, which are, I think, important for purposes of the proceedings before we proceed with the first witness.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you. Chair, we received a notification yesterday from the members, the affidavits, and I trust that the committee would have been furnished with the copies of the affidavits. They are the following. Mr. Masibulele Kazo, he has a commissioned affidavit, but we intend to call Mr. Kazo at this stage as the only witness. Then, following Mr. Kazo, there are affidavits from Mr. Tabelo Malimi, who is the acting Sergeant at Arms. There are affidavits from Mr. Nigel van Stad, who is a control language practitioner in Parliament. Also one from Miss Leslie Ann Bryan, who is also a control language practitioner in Parliament. Then we have an affidavit from Mr. Sizatu Makana as part of the Chamber Support Officers, or as we call it, the Parliamentary Protection Services. And the last affidavit is by Mr. Titus Makua, who is the manager of Parliament's Broadcasting AV and Technical Support Unit. So these are the affidavits which I ask to be admitted into evidence. As I indicated, and my learned friend can confirm, that the members have no objection to the submission of those affidavits, and accordingly, it will not be necessary to lead these witnesses in oral evidence. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, our initiator. According to our program, we need to have a 10-minute tape break. We'll go for that break and then we'll resume again. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.
That was quick. We just started.
That show that 35% of women to be there to support her as soon as I finish.
Order and disruption. And this is what the points of order are doing.
It's these that this.
Thank
you. That is the point. His next schedule. To disrupt the proceedings. I'm calling out.
Social process between
Person out. Rule. Why? Will you
Honorable
please?
Speaker.
Honorable members, let's resume our sitting.
Recording in
The 15
progress.
minutes break is over. I'm sorry, I said 10 minutes according to the program. Tea is 15 minutes. Ngifuna ukunishisa. Ngiyaxolisa lapho. Honorable members, Rule 168 requires that before a witness gives evidence before a house or a committee, the chairperson must, in accordance with Section 16 of the Powers and Privileges Act, inform the witness as follows. Open inverted commas. Please, witness, be informed that by law, you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding that the answer of or any from the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside of Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in this proceeding. So, do you have any objection to taking an oath or making an affirmation, Mr. Kaso, because you are the witness before us?
My apologies, Chairperson. It's Gus Boto again, counsel for the 3 charged members. With your indulgence, Chairperson, can I please intervene at this point? Because I see that we are now proceeding with the hearing itself. I would like to get an opportunity, if you will, Chair, at this stage, as I see it appropriate to do it at this stage, to raise preliminary issues before we even get to the substance of the charges, if the Chairperson will so indulge me.
Advocate, I will allow you to do that because this is a hearing. As the committee would like to hear what you want to say, but I was proceeding according to the program, since your good selves have agreed that only one witness will be allowed to witness before us. So I thought we are together, but I can't deprive you as the legal team of the affected members. I may allow you to say what you want to say before the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I'm indebted to you for the opportunity. I want to raise 3 issues as the starting point. The first is to perhaps correct what might have been a misunderstanding. The initiator has suggested to the Chairperson that we accept all the statements that were read out, and she places reliance on an email that was communicated to her, or at least the legal team for the other side, which was sent on Friday. Again, just a correction of fact there, nothing turns on it, but it was not sent yesterday, but last Friday. Be that as it may, this is the content of the email she relies on. It says, please be advised that the affidavits of the witnesses whose evidence is of a technical nature will be accepted as such, and we do not see the need for these witnesses to be present for oral evidence. However, we will place on record at the hearings that none of these witnesses will be able to speak on behalf of or in relation to the speaker. The point I simply seek to make, Chair, is this, that to the extent that any of the statements that were provided by the security personnel and such evidence appears in their statements, to the extent it does not align with the version of my clients, we will take issue with it. Because as we see it, that is a factual dispute and not a technical one. All we simply sought to convey in that email is to say we accept the video for what it is and what it purports to be as recorded by the technical staff. We equally accept the recording of those videos and the Hansard by the technical staff, which must by definition exclude any witnesses who are going to speak on factual occurrences of the day, including the security personnel. I want to place that on record as a starting point. The second point I want to make is this. In the last hearing, in relation to other members of the EFF that were charged the last time, sometime in November, I understand it was, I was here, and so was the initiator before this particular sitting. There, Mr. Ngaitobi, SC, who was representing the members at the time, advanced argument as to why this committee is not properly constituted, or at least not constitutionally running the process. Those submissions were made before yourself, Chair, and the committee that presided over those hearings. We wish to restate those submissions, Chairperson. We insist and we stand by those submissions. Our view is that it is not in line with the Constitution, certainly not its spirit and purport, to have political opponents playing witness, prosecutor, and judge in a matter of their political opponents. We say for that reason, Chairperson, we ask that this House adjourns. It waits for the Part B application where those issues would be ventilated and the court of law make a determination on it. And should we be found wrong on that premise, then of course, this House may sit again. That's the first submission I wish to make. I will not patronize this House by restating what Mr. Ngaitobi had submitted then. Safe to say we stand by those submissions, and I take comfort in the fact that the initiator in these proceedings was present, and I will take it that she is well aware of what those submissions are, and to the extent she's interested in me regurgitating them, I'll be more than happy to. The third point I want to make, Chairperson, is this, and it is my final one. We equally take issue with the absence of the Speaker. I certainly would have loved to have the Speaker answer to my questions. And the reason we would have preferred to have the Speaker here is that on the report she's presented, which are the fulcrum and the basis of the charges against my clients, her report is the basis of why we're here. The effect of that, if you were to make a litigation process analogy, is that she gives evidence in chief, and without an opportunity to cross and test a version as recorded in the report, her version is to be accepted. It is untenable, and it is not reconcilable with the principles of fair trials. For that reason, I also submit then, Chairperson, and to this august committee, that you earnestly have regard to the submissions. I deliberately use the word earnestly have regard to the submissions. I invite you to make a ruling on it, and on the basis of your ruling, we can then proceed. That is the sum total of my submissions to the Chairperson, and I'm grateful for the opportunity, and to this committee. And with that, I conclude my preliminary submissions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Advocate. Thanks for the presentation. As I've indicated that here, we are in the hearing and you are respecting each and everyone's view, most especially that up to for now, there is no one who is guilty. We are collaborating on the matter. That's why we have got legal gurus to advise us in terms of the Constitution. But at this stage, I will invite our initiator to respond to what you have presented. And then at the end, I will invite honorable members themselves to make their inputs. Initiator, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I've listened to the submissions of my learned colleague. The affidavit evidence, I've already submitted those affidavits. If the need arises, and depending on what arises from the cross-examination of Mr. Kazo, I may decide at a later stage to call one or two witnesses, but I will make that decision at the appropriate time. Regarding points number 2 and number 3 that was raised, my learned friend referred to the previous hearing that was convened before this committee. It was Advocate Anton Katz that was the initiator in that hearing, and where certain points or objections were raised by counsel for the EFF. I understand him to say that they stand by those submissions and they wish to repeat them for purposes of placing them on the record in this hearing. Related to that is point number 3, that they persist in wanting to have the speaker give evidence. We have dealt with that, if I'm not mistaken, in the urgent application that was pending before the High Court, and the Part A interdict application, which was now determined and which I am instructed was dismissed by Acting Judge Murray on Friday. There is accordingly, in my view, Madam Chair and Committee, no impediment for this hearing to continue. I wish to lead the evidence of Mr. Kaso, including who will also take us through the video recording of the proceedings on the 30th of August. Other than that, Madam Chair, I'm in your hands in respect of the ruling that my learned friend seeks in relation to points number 2 and number 3. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, it's me again. Sorry, just before you respond, just by way of a technical issue, which will obviously inform what decision you make, the intention is not to ask for the speaker to come and give evidence. We accept that she's provided a report which gives a version. What we're asking for is nuanced and slightly different, and it is this. She has given her views and her report. We want to challenge her views. That's what we're saying. We're not saying, come tell us what happened. We know what she says happened as she sees it. We want to test that. And I'll give you a practical example of what it is that I'm getting at, Speaker. One of the members of Parliament that I represent is accused of having said something unparliamentary. It doesn't appear anywhere in her report, nowhere in the Hansard, nowhere in the video, what exactly it is that she said. She, at that hearing, invited the speaker to tell her what she said. The speaker said, well, I will have reference to the Hansard and revert. She has not done so. So all we simply want, for example, is for her to tell us what the member said. It appears nowhere in the report. It causes clear prejudice then to our client to have to sit here and answer for a version that's not being put to her. Unless, of course, I'm told Mr. Kaso has personal knowledge of what the member said. Absent that, on what basis does she defend herself? It is for that reason we insist that the speaker is made available, not to give evidence, she has done so, but to answer to these pressing questions. And it is that, Chairperson, that I'm inviting you to consider, to avail the speaker for cross-examination. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. As the chair, I will make a ruling after honorable members have spoken, but I'm a little bit puzzled, my advocate, because when you presented earlier, you said item 2, you stand by the submission of the previous.
Muted. We didn't hear from the start what you were saying.
Okay, I said I will make a ruling after honorable members have exercised their mind on this, but I wanted to indicate to the advocate that in his presentation, he alluded that they stand by the position of the previous legal representative, which is Advocate Ngagai Toby, to subpoena the speaker. But later, technically, he is changing. So I wanted to alert members on that one, and also to alert him that I will still give an opportunity to the initiator, because as our legal guru, she needs to respond to certain things before I request honorable members to exercise your mind on this matter. Initiator, can you respond on the latter presentation by the leader of the legal team, the legal the legal team of the affected member? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one very short response to that. Madam Chair, at the end of the day, and this is really the basic rules of evidence, at the end of the day, if I am not able as the initiator to discharge the onus upon me, where I am unable to prove a particular charge or charges, then I am unable to do so on the basis of the evidence. And that is really the short answer. And I mean, I hate to place my learned friend in a position of comfort. I'm not doing that at all. But if the speaker isn't called, then I must rest with that. I must stand or fall by that in respect of the charges, and that really is the simple answer. But as matters currently stand, we have made a decision, I've made a decision not to call the speaker. I do not need the speaker, in my view, to prove the charges. We will proceed with Mr. Kaso, and Mr. Kaso will take us through the video evidence. So I stand by my submissions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Initiator. Honorable members, I'm now inviting you. Here is the request from the legal team of the affected members. Over to you. I'm now inviting hands on this matter. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, my hand is up.
Honorable Tlakude.
And Mr. Mlanzana.
Honorable Mlanzana, you'll be number 2. Mlanzana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to the initiator, the legal team of the affected members, the members on the platform, and the affected members, and everyone. Honorable Chairperson, as this committee, we sat and deliberated on the matter of the speaker, whether we subpoena the speaker or not. And we said as the committee, the material evidence before us and the witnesses that are before the committee, Mr. Kaso, especially because he is the advisor to the speaker in that house. We have enough evidence before us that we can deal with. So there's no need for us to subpoena the speaker. So we fully agree with the initiator that the speaker at this point in time, we don't need her. And we said previously, like the legal team, the affected that stand by what the
Honorable Dakota, I don't know whether it's your second device or there is some noise on your background. Can you correct?
I have only one device, Chair. I have only one device. I'm not in any other meeting. So I was saying, Honorable Chair, as the legal advice to the legal advisor of the legal rep of the affected members is saying they stand by what the previous legal advisor said. We also stand by what we said, Honorable Chair, in that meeting, the previous meeting, and in this meeting. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tlhakole. I will now invite Honorable Mlenzana.
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks for the advice by the initiator. And Honorable Tlhakole has well captured what I was about to speak on, because the long and short of it is that the advocate representing the affected members is actually, as from his own mouth, rerunning what we had already done and decided upon. So I'm covered by Honorable Tlhakole. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Mlenzana. Do we still have any other hands?
No, Chair, there are no further hands.
If there are no further hands, honorable members, and the leader of the affected team, I believe I'm going to make my ruling based on what honorable members has alluded, most especially that we have been also being empowered on the issue of the speaker by the dismissal of the application by the High Court. And I'm happy because we were advised by our affected members and their legal team that can't we wait for the court ruling so that we are in one page, and the court ruling is out and we are supporting that court ruling. So by supporting it, we can't come here again as committee and contradict ourselves that we need a speaker to come before this committee. So I think our message is clear. There is no need for the speaker again to support the initiator. On the second item of the composition of the committee, we were not evenly convinced by the rule, by the clause in our rules, which indicate any irregularities into that particular matter. The composition is in line with rules of the House, and we are sticking to that rule, to that clause. So we don't see any mistake on the issue of the composition of the committee. So by so saying, we are proceeding as the portfolio, as the committee with this hearing. It's up to you, our advocate leading the affected team, to bear with us that we need to resolve these matters. They must really come to an end. And my understanding is that we are trying to correct certain behavior amongst ourselves as honorable members without any fear or favor. So we are proceeding. That's my ruling. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I received the ruling. And just as a matter of law, rather than disrespect for this committee, I must state that my clients remain in these hearings, which they will, under protest. It's for legal reasons I make the point, and I hope you do not view that comment dimly. It's just for purposes of law. And we accept the ruling, we will stay and will participate in the hearing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate, for that maturity. We appreciate that. In this order, we will proceed. Initiator, is our witness ready before us?
Yes, Madam Chair, Mr. Castle is he is ready. I will take Mr. Kaso first through a few questions before we turn to the video recording of the proceedings on the 30th of August.
Before he come before this committee, there are certain rules which I have read. I don't know whether he heard me, because at this point, I am bound to ask him whether he objects to take any oath or make any affirmation so that you can take him through. You won't take him through before he do that. Mr. Castro, are you ready to take an oath?
Honorable Chair, I'm ready to take the affirmation.
Thank you. Now you will say what I will say after me. I swear that the testimony or evidence I'm going to give is the truth.
I say that the evidence I'm going to give and the testimony is true.
And only the truth.
And only the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Now I will invite you, initiator, to proceed with our witness. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kaso, I'm sure you are well known, but for good order, let me ask some what should be obvious questions and answers, but I will ask them nevertheless. Mr. Kaso, what is your position in Parliament, and tell us a little bit about your main role and duties and responsibilities.
Chairperson, my name is Masibulele Kaso. I am Secretary to the National Assembly, and I've been in this role since 2013, even though I had acted for a year before that. My duty is that of advisor on matters of procedure, parliamentary procedure, and processes. In carrying out my duties, I advise the Speaker, I advise honorable members, I also advise committees of the National Assembly on matters of parliamentary procedures, practice, and the rules. I am also responsible for the Secretariat services of the National Assembly, so such things as minutes of the House and other matters that relate to the smooth functioning of the National Assembly. And of course, I lead a team of advisors and various colleagues who do operational tasks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaso. And just for those of us who don't watch the parliamentary channel, you, whenever the National Assembly or any House of Parliament convenes, but specifically the National Assembly, you are present in the chamber. Is that correct?
Not always, but I can be present at any time. But of course, in respect of what we are about today, I was present in the chamber. I'm always present around, yes.
Yes, and you were, on the 30th of August, you were there for the entire proceedings,
Yes.
is that correct?
Yes, I was there for the entire proceedings.
So, what is the procedure when a member is removed from the chamber, physically removed? What happens then?
The physical removal of members is not the first step that happens. It's a consequence of other processes. So a member would have been asked to abide by a ruling of the presiding officer. And of course, if a member refuses to abide by that ruling of the presiding officer, the member would then be asked to leave. Any member who defies the authority of the chair or disregards the authority of the chair. And when the member refuses to leave, then the sergeant at arms is called upon to assist the member to leave. This would be in terms of Rule 73 of the National Assembly. And if the sergeant at arms does not succeed to effect the removal of the members in terms of section of sub-rule 2 of Rule 73, then the speaker, of course, once the sergeant at arms has reported that the member is refusing, then the speaker must call upon the parliamentary services, protection services, to assist in the physical removal of the member.
And Mr. Kaso, just to pause there, with reference, I think, to Rule National Assembly Rule 73:12, after the proceedings and after a member has been physically removed, what must the speaker do?
When the member has been removed, in terms of the rules, the matter must then go to the subcommittee on the physical removal of members. And of course, the speaker would then present a report to that committee. The committee would consider the report, express itself, and I think it's important to note that the committee does not report to the speaker, that subcommittee. It reports to the rules committee, which is a parent committee of the subcommittee. It is then the rules committee that must make a determination on the report of the subcommittee.
Yes. So, and also just for good order, it's included in the bundle. Do you have the bundle with you?
Yes, I do.
We now know that in terms of the National Assembly rules, that the Speaker is obliged to report the physical removal of members to the committee, and to that end, she prepares a report.
Yes.
If I could just refer you to page 527 of the bundle. Do you confirm that that was the Speaker's report, where she reported on the physical removal of Mr. Treza, Mr. Paulson, and Ms. Menti?
Chairperson, I confirm that that is the Speaker's report on the matter.
Yes. And when did the committee then meet in order to consider the Speaker's report?
The committee met on the 12th of September, the subcommittee.
Was it not on the 13th of September?
Sorry, I just want to check that, sorry. Just want to confirm that. Yes, 13th of September 2022. Sorry, thank you.
Yes, and just to confirm for the hearing, were you present in that meeting?
Yes, I was present in the meeting.
Yes, and why were you present in that meeting? What role did you perform?
I performed the role of assisting the committee to understand what happened in the House and to explain the report that the Speaker had given.
Yes, and then on page 541 of the bundle, do you confirm that this was the members' attendance register of the members who attended that meeting? It's on page 541.
Yes.
Yes. And then the very next page, on page 542, it's headed Draft Minutes of Proceedings,
yes.
Tuesday, 13 September. Yes. Do you confirm that this is the minute of that meeting?
Yes, I do confirm.
And then we see there in that under staff in attendance, M. Kaso, there were other colleagues there as well, but you attended that meeting as you already confirmed.
Yes.
And then under paragraph 4, there is a heading that says consideration of Speaker's referral of the circumstances of the physical removal of members from the Chamber on 30 August 2022, and that is their discussion on the issue and their further deliberation.
Yes,
Yes.
confirm that. Yeah.
So we also know that Hansard is the transcription services of Parliament and transcribes all the proceedings, including the proceedings which occurs in the National Assembly. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. And you also...
May I just say that transcribes proceedings of the Houses of Parliament, which will be the NCOP, the National Assembly, and joint sittings of Parliament.
Yes.
And of course, mini plenaries of the National Assembly. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kaza. And then just to refer you to page 277 of the bundle. Do you confirm that this is the unrevised version of the Hansard transcription of the proceedings that transpired on the 30th of August 2022 in the National Assembly?
Yes, I confirm that.
Yes. So if we could then just briefly turn, before we go to the video clip, to the proceedings in the National Assembly on 30 August 2022. Why did the National Assembly convene on that day?
That day was a day to pose questions to the President and for the President to respond to those questions, President of the Republic.
And how are questions to the President dealt with? Is there a procedure which precedes the actual meeting of the National Assembly? Just tell us a little bit about that procedure and how the questions are determined.
Yes, there is a procedure. Firstly, the President is required to respond to questions once a quarter, 4 times annually. I'm correct. And the procedure there is that members would submit questions to the Speaker for approval. But of course, before they get to the Speaker, they go through my office, the questions unit of my office as Secretary to the House for editing and working with members. So by the time the questions appear on the question paper, they would have been edited, discussed with the members concerned, and then they get to the Speaker for approval in terms of the rules, and the questions are published. So, and members are supposed to submit at least 16 days before the President appears before Parliament, because the date of the question session will be known by then. Now, maybe even before we get to question day, the program committee would have scheduled that session for questions to the President, and the manner in which the programs of the NA are developed is that you have a Chief Whips Forum, which is a forum of all the whips of the parties, which would look at a report from the technical committee, program technical committee. That program technical committee is politically is led by a programming whip, and of course administratively by my office. That program would then go to the Chief Whips Forum, which would look at the program, make inputs, and then goes to the NA, National Assembly Program Committee. So in the sequence of things, you would have the technical committee meet Tuesday, Chief Whips on a Wednesday, and then the program committee on a Thursday. So by the time we get to a question session, the session itself would have been reflected on the program way ahead of time, known. And then on the day before the session itself, you'd have what we call the order paper. In simple terms, an order paper is the agenda for the sitting. So it would say this is what will be dealt with by the members. Basically a confirmation of what is contained in the program of the House. And of course the sitting would be, depending on the time of the sitting, but in this instance it was at 2 o'clock on a Tuesday. So the order paper would then serve before that sitting on that day. So when you read the order paper that is about a question session, you must read it in conjunction with a question paper, which is published for the information of all the members, containing 6 questions in this respect, because it's the President. But for ministers, it's a different. The number of questions will be different. But for this, it will be 6 questions to the President. I hope I've responded to the question.
When members of Parliament convene in the National Assembly, are they then permitted to deviate from the question paper or from the questions which had been pre-agreed agreed or which had been discussed?
The question session is conducted as follows. You have the principal question and you have supplementary questions. And those supplementary questions must be linked to the question, the principal question, or to the response of the person who responded. So no, there's no expectation in terms of the rules that members must start discussing other things that are unrelated to the questions in front of the House.
Yes, and then it may sound obvious, but again, the speaker obviously, or the presiding officer, controls the flow of supplementary questions, and she permits the supplementary questions, if any.
Yes, because supplementary questions are not known in advance. So the speaker makes that determination whether a supplementary question is in order or not in order. And speaker or a presiding officer who happens to be in the chair at that point must make that determination. Yes.
Thank you. And on the 30th of August, what was the format of the National Assembly meeting? Was everyone present in person? Was it a hybrid meeting?
It was a sitting of the NA, some members physically in the chamber, present in the chamber, and others on the virtual platform. And I think it's significant to state that both members in the chamber and virtual platform, that constitutes a sitting of the House, and they enjoy the same rights. So it was a hybrid sitting of the House.
Yes.
Yes.
And then we will see in a minute from the video recording evidence that the President, Mr. Ramaphosa, also joined online for that sitting of the National Assembly. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes. Chair, we will now turn to the video clip of the National Assembly proceedings on the 30th of August. And if I could ask for that video clip to start.
Honorable President.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable President, will you please
Chair,
leave
if
the
we
House?
can just, if we could just start it from the beginning,
Honorable
please.
President, will you please?
And I'm just going to ask the person who is controlling the video clip evidence that we will play more or less, we'll see how it goes, the first 30 minutes of the proceedings, and then at certain junctures, I will then ask for the video clip to be paused, where I will then ask Mr. Kaso to confirm certain issues or certain issues which arises from the video clip. Thank you. If we could then start to play it from the beginning.
Thank you, the Honorable the President. Honorable members, we now proceed with the business of the day. The business of the day is the only item on today's order paper is questions addressed to the President. There are 4 parliamentary questions.
Point of order, Speaker.
On each question.
Point of order, Speaker.
I've said I'm not allowing any more points of order.
No, Speaker. I think it's very important if the President has pressing family issues, we can excuse him and he can go take care of that.
Man, I don't want to hear that. It's okay. But I don't want comments anymore. There are 4 parliamentary questions
Sorry,
Supplementary
Chair,
questions.
if I may
Parties
just
have
interrupt.
given an indication of which questions
Chair?
their members wish to pose as supplementary questions.
Sorry, Chair, I've asked for the
Adequate
video to be played
notice
from the beginning.
was-
It started roughly at, I think, 28 minutes, which wasn't the beginning.
There is no sound again. Can we be assisted?
Chair, there's no
But
sound.
disconnected.
Been invoked. Because it
No sound, technical, please.
You know, one of the reasons we got interested in AI from the very beginning is that we always viewed our mission as a timeless mission. It's to
Tell us what you did, Puma.
Speaker, can I help you?
Point of order, Speaker.
Speaker, can I
Point of
help
order,
you?
Speaker.
Mute your mics, your mics, please. Honorable Chenjuan, no member, to all of you, no member may in any manner.
A good example is that in November in 2021, during the state visit of President Uhuru Kenyatta, Kenya and South Africa signed a migration agreement.
Honorable Shivambu, will you please mute your mic? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising in terms of Rule 69. Oh, Rule 69 is against the abuse of the point of order to disrupt the proceedings. I'm calling upon you.
People have been raising hands and I've allowed many people who are speaking for the seventh time, Honorable Member.
We can't hear Honorable
Of course, it's Parliament. It's not an ANC meeting. You are right. Now, will you please take your seat? Will you please take your seat? Honorable Pungubele, followed by Honorable Malema, and I will not take points of order again. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Shivambu, will you please mute your mic? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising in terms of Rule 69. Oh, Rule 69 is against the abuse of the point of order to disrupt the proceedings. I'm calling upon you.
Speaker. Honorable Khalid,
No.
please allow Honorable Gungubele to make his point. Hi, Honorable Kalipi, take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Mkalipi. Yes, Honorable Gungubele.
I'm saying Rule 69, Honorable Speaker, must be invoked because it has been breached several times. They are using point of order to disrupt the proceeding. It borders on turning this parliament into a street bash. So we are requesting Honorable Speaker to invoke Rule 69.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gungubele.
On a point of order.
Actually, Rule 69 states that members may not engage in grossly disorderly conduct in the House. Members may not deliberately, in a sense, create serious disorder and disruption. And this is what the points of order are doing. Number two, repeatedly undermining the authority of the presiding officer or repeatedly refusing to obey rulings of the presiding officer or repeatedly disrespecting or interrupting the presiding officer whilst the latter is addressing the House. Lastly, persisting in making serious allegations against a member without adequate substantiation or allowing the correct procedure. And that is what Rule 69, as stated by Honorable Gungubele, says. Honorable members, I have allowed you to raise several points of order. And I didn't do so because I'm crazy, I'm mad. I did that because I believe in allowing people to express themselves until it gets to that point where you cut the line and say it can't be it because the House is becoming disorderly. And that is where we are. We are at that point. And I'm making this point for the second time now. Honorable members, I am still allowing Mr. President to then raise the matter he was raising. And then we proceed with the questions for the day. Thank you, honorable members.
Speaker, you said I was going to follow after Honorable Mondli.
You're right. I did say, I'm sorry, Mr. President, I did say. Honorable Malema, raise your matter.
I hear the people who are speaking about turning parliament into street bashes. So we have not been to street bashes. So regulars will know how street bashes run. But the point I was making is that it is wrong for staff members to switch off the mics without your instruction. Members of parliament want to rise and raise issues. All the mics are off, including when Honorable Ngungubele was trying to speak.
No sound.
Chair. Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable. You can speak,
Chairperson,
Honorable.
I've been trying to listen and it's quiet. There's no update, nothing. What is happening?
Thank you. Speaker. Before that, raise the point of
We're struggling with
respectfully.
technical issues, Honorable Mentor. They are still dealing with it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, can I suggest that
Honorable
we
members,
get a break until we get it right? Because we've been waiting for the past 2 hours.
I am
and
taking
we're
a
not
criteria
getting any
that
content.
suggests that people have been raising hands and I've allowed many people who are speaking for the 7th time, Honorable Member.
We can't hear Honorable
Of course, it's Parliament. It's not an ANC meeting. You are right. Now, will you please take your seat? Will you please take your seat? Honorable Pungubele, followed by Honorable Malema, and I will not take points of order again. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Shivambu, will you please mute your mic? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising in terms of Rule 69. Oh, Rule 69 is against the abuse of the point of order to disrupt the proceedings. I'm calling upon you. I'm calling upon you.
Speaker. Honorable Khalid,
No.
Please allow allow Honorable Pungubele to make his point. Hi, Honorable Kalipi, take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Kalipi. Yes, Honorable Pungubele.
I'm saying Rule 69, Honorable Speaker, must be invoked because it has been breached several times. They are using point of order to disrupt the proceeding. It borders on turning this parliament into a street bash.
Recording in
So
progress.
I'm requesting Honorable Speaker to invoke Rule 69.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pungubele.
On a point of order.
Actually, Rule 69 states that members may not engage in grossly disorderly conduct in the House. Members may not deliberately, in a sense, create serious disorder and disruption. And this is what the points of order are doing. Number 2,
repeatedly undermining the authority of the presiding officer, or repeatedly refusing to obey rulings of the presiding officer, or repeatedly disrespecting or interrupting the presiding officer. For silent prayer.
Honorable members, I propose that we were supposed to adjourn for a lunch at 1, but because of the technicality problem, can we adjourn now at 12 for an hour? Maybe that matter will be resolved, but the video footage, we have seen it, all of us, and then we'll allow the initiator to proceed. Thank you. Let's adjourn for lunch.
Please be seated. Honorable members, honorable members, before we proceed with today's business, I wish to announce that Ms. Esquahube has been designated as the Chief Whip of the opposition. Congratulations to the member. Congratulations. Honorable members, order. I wish to also announce that the vacancies which occurred in the National Assembly owing to the resignations of Mr. P.G. Muteka and Ms. Sisio Posengwe have been filled with effect from the 2nd of August 2022 by the nominations of Mr. Timo Khale and Ms. M.M. Motuba, respectively. Lastly, the vacancy which occurred owing to the resignation of Ms. A. Stein has been filled by the nomination of Ms. A. M. Van Zyl with effect
Recording
from the 10th of
stopped.
August 2022. Honorable members, these members have made and subscribed the oath in the Speaker's office. I welcome you all, honorable members. At this point, honorable members, yes? At this point, honorable members, I wish to recognize the President. Mr. President.
Point of order.
I'll make a longer point of order. I'm now recognizing. Once, sit down.
Rising on a point of
Honorable Floyd, will you please sit down? And then you raise your point of order. I've now called on the President.
But I'm permitted in terms of these rules to raise a point of
No,
order.
actually you're not, until such time I've given you the opportunity to take the floor.
Recognize me, I want to speak.
Take a seat. I've asked Mr. President to address
Raise a point of order first.
Speaker, you are out of order. Speaker, you are
Honorable
order.
Shivambu.
There is a point of order being called. You are out of order, Speaker.
Honorable
And you are the one who's disrupting the president. You are disrupting the president.
Honorable,
Allow the point of order
Honorable
before the
Malema,
president speaks.
Honorable Malemba.
Allow
Honorable
the
Malemba.
order before the president
No,
speaks.
No, I will.
You are disrupting the president yourself.
Honorable member, I will
Protect him.
throw you out. I will throw you out.
No, but this nonsense that when we speak, you tell us to throw us out. What do you mean by that?
We'll make sure that it happens because
Have you sit down?
Rising on a point of
Honorable Floyd, will you please sit down? And then you raise your point of order. I've now called on the president.
But I'm permitted in terms of these rules to raise a point of
No,
order.
actually you're not, until such time I've given you the opportunity to take the floor.
Recognize me, I want to speak.
Take a seat. I've asked Mr. President
I want
to
to raise
address
a
us.
point of order first.
Speaker, you are out of order. Speaker, you
Honorable,
There is a point of order being called. You are out of order, Speaker.
Honorable-
And you are the one who's disrupting the president. You are disrupting.
Shivambu.
There is a
Honorable to recognize the debate with the seat with today's business. I wish to announce that
IT guys, can you just play this one that you started playing now? Just want to see. The one that you started playing, we just want to see if the volume is there. Can you continue with this one? Yeah, from the announcement.
before we proceed with today's business, I wish to announce that Ms. Eskwa Hube has been designated as the Chief Whip of the Opposition. Congratulations to the member. Congratulations. Honorable members, order. I wish to also announce that the vacancies which occurred in the National Assembly owing to the resignations of Mr. P.G. Muteka and Ms. Sisio Posengwe have been filled with effect from the 2nd of August 2022 by the nominations of Mr. T. Mukhale and Ms. M.M. Motuba, respectively. Lastly, the vacancy which occurred owing to the resignation of Ms. A. Stein has been filled by the nomination of Ms. A. M. Van Zyl with effect from the 10th of August 2022. Honorable members, these members have made and subscribed the oath in the Speaker's office. I welcome you all, honorable members. At this point, honorable members, yes? At this point, honorable members, I wish to recognize the President. Mr. President?
Point of order.
I'll make a longer point of order. I'm now recognizing. One, sit down.
Rising on a point of
Honorable Floyd, will you please sit down? And then you raise your point of order. I've now called on the President.
But I'm permitted in terms of these rules to raise a point of
No,
order.
actually you're not, until such time I've given you the opportunity to take the floor.
Recognize me, I want to speak.
Take a seat. I've asked Mr. President to address
Raise a
it.
point of order first.
Speaker, you are out of order. Speaker, you
Honorable Shivambu.
there is a point of order being called. You are out of order, Speaker.
Honorable
And you are the one who's disrupting the president. You are disrupting the president.
Honorable
Allow the point of order
Honorable
before the
Malemba.
president speaks.
Honorable Malemba.
Allow the
Malemba.
order before the president
No,
speaks.
No, I will.
You are disrupting the president yourself.
Honorable member, I will
Protect him.
throw you out. I will throw you out.
No, but this nonsense that when we speak, you tell us to throw us out. What do you mean by that? It's nonsensical, this nonsense. It's
They're
nonsensical.
also nonsense,
What do you
Malima.
mean?
They're also nonsense.
No.
Don't address our speaker like that, Malima.
You can't, when people speak, threaten them about throwing them out of the house.
Member Shivambu, we have not as yet got to the point of questions. Hence, I am stopping. But I've called somebody. Once he has spoken, then you raise your point of order. Honorable Shibambu. Honorable Shibambu. I'm listening, and will you please listen too? Just learn to listen. Because it's not as though you will not be given your opportunity to raise your point of order. The point I'm raising, immediately after this, I called on the President.
And now you are saying point of order.
Yes,
What point
I
of
want to
order is that?
Listen to that. That is what I want to speak to. That in the last sitting of this House, when we were taking questions to the President of the ANC, we said here that you can't can't just block all members of Parliament who are on a virtual platform, because that equals to evicting them from Parliament. In terms of rules of the National Assembly, we are permitted perpetually to make interjections to point to some of the wrongdoings that happened from where you are now. But in the last sitting of Parliament, you just cancelled all of us and never allowed us any space to talk. We wrote to you to indicate that what we effectively
ICT. May pause, ne? May pause now.
Members of Parliament, their right to speak here in Parliament, and we have written to you on several
not been hearing anything for over an hour now.
Honorable members, we are back. I will request our officials to give an apology on what happened. We were disrupted for 19 minutes, but I believe now we are fine. We will proceed. Victor, can you say something?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Recording in progress.
We experienced technical difficulty this morning. We want to apologize for any inconvenience. We'll make sure that going forward, this is avoided by all means. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I believe the apology is accepted. Honorable members and our legal team, let's proceed. Let's allow the video and the footage to play for 19 minutes. And then we'll proceed in that order. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair, my colleague for the EFF is not in the meeting room yet.
Okay, we'll wait for him. Once he arrived, inform us so that we can proceed. Thank you.
No, if you want you guys to go and check it out. No, that's good news. And at least that they also responded about our location for offices there. So it means they prefer in town.
Chair, thank you. I think that we are ready to proceed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, that's fine.
We'll play the video recording.
No,
now.
that's
Thank you.
fine. No problem.
Instead of this
No shot. No problem.
session, which was justifiable under
Your mic, Honorable Chape, please.
lockdown regulations, why can't we constitute ourselves as a parliament, all of us?
Okay.
We have
Allow a point of order before
Malema,
the president speaks.
Honorable Malemba.
Allow
Honorable
the
Malemba.
order before the president.
Press.
For silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honorable members. Honorable members. Before we proceed with today's business, I wish to announce that Ms. Esquahube has been designated as the Chief Whip of the Opposition. Congratulations to the member. Congratulations. Honorable members, order. I wish to also announce that the vacancies which occurred in the National Assembly owing to the resignations of Mr. P.G. Muteka and Ms. Sisio Posengwe have been filled with effect from the 2nd of August 2022 by the nominations of Mr. T. Mukhale and Ms. M.M. Motuba, respectively. Lastly, the vacancy which occurred owing to the resignation of Ms. A. Stein has been filled by the nomination of Ms. A. M. Van Zyl with effect from the 10th of August 2022. Honorable members, These members have made and subscribed the oath in the Speaker's office. I welcome you all, honorable members. At this point, honorable members, yes? At this point, honorable members, I wish to recognize the President. Mr. President.
Point of order.
I'll make a longer point of order. I'm now recognizing. Once, sit down.
Rising on a point of
Honorable Floyd, will you please sit down? And then you raise your point of order. I've now called on the President.
But I'm permitted in terms of these rules to raise a point of
No,
order.
actually you're not, until such time I've given you the opportunity to take the floor.
Recognize me, I want to speak.
Take a seat. I've asked Mr. President
I
to
want to
address
raise a
us.
point of order first.
Speaker, you are out of order. Speaker,
Honorable Shivambu.
there is a point of order being called. You are out of order, Speaker.
Honorable
And you are the one who's disrupting the president. You are disrupting the president.
Honorable.
Allow the point of
No,
order
Honorable
before the
Malema.
president speaks.
Honorable Malemba.
Allow the
Malemba.
order before the president
No,
speaks.
No, I will.
You are disrupting the president yourself.
Honorable member, I will
Protect him.
throw you out. I will throw you out.
No, but this nonsense that when we speak, you tell us you throw us out. What do you mean by that? It's nonsensical, this nonsense. It's
They are
nonsensical.
also nonsense,
What do you
Malima.
mean?
They are also nonsense.
No.
Don't address our speaker like that, Malima.
You can't, when people speak, threaten them about throwing them out of the
Honorable
house.
member Shivambu, we have not as yet got to the point of questions. Hence, I am stopping. But I've called somebody. Once he has spoken, then you raise your point of order. Honorable Shibambu. Honorable Shibambu, I'm listening, and will you please listen too? Just learn to listen. Because it's not as though you will not be given your opportunity to raise your point of order. The point I'm raising, immediately after this, I called on the President. And now you are saying point of order.
Yes,
What point
I
of
want to
order
raise-
is that?
Listen to that. That is what I want to speak to. That in the last sitting of this House, when we were taking questions to the President of the ANC, he said here that you can't can't just block all members of Parliament who are on a virtual platform, because that equals to evicting them from Parliament. In terms of rules of the National Assembly, we are permitted perpetually to make interjections to point to some of the wrongdoings that happened from where you are now. But in the last sitting of Parliament, you just cancelled all of us and never allowed us any space to talk. We wrote to you to indicate that what we effectively did was to evict all of us from Parliament, and that is unconstitutional. To deny members of Parliament their right to speak here in Parliament. And we have written to you on several occasions that instead of this hybrid session, which was justifiable under the stricter COVID lockdown regulations, why can't we constitute ourselves as a Parliament, all of us? We have banned the building where we're supposed to be meeting. And now we're reduced to these virtual sittings where you have got the power to just evict everyone else out of Parliament and deny the constitutional right and obligation to raise the necessary intervention. Wrongdoing happening in this particular house. That is the point of order that you are raising, that a proper constitution of this house has to be all of us gathered or permitted to gather. It was understandable under COVID regulations and lockdowns, but currently,
Thank you
does
very
it make
much,
sense that
Honorable.
we are not gathering all of us to hold this president of yours accountable in
Thank
terms
you,
of what is
Honorable
required
Shivambu.
in this particular house? That is the point of what I'm
Thank
raising.
you. You have made your point. May I now address you? You've raised your point. You've raised your point. Taken note of. Allow me to address you and give me that opportunity. Honorable members, in terms of Rule 26(2) and 3, the Speaker must maintain and preserve order of and proper decorum of the House. Rules 81 of the National Assembly provides circumstances when the Speaker
can control microphones in the chamber. The rule states that in the event of a member not showing due respect to the authority of or not obeying an order or ruling or direction of the presiding officer or acting in a disruptive or grossly disorderly manner in the House, the presiding officer may disable or switch off the microphone being used by such a member or order that that be done. Further, Honorable Shivambu, Rule 882 provides that before proceeding in terms of sub-rule 81, the presiding officer must inform the member and the House of the intention to do so. Now, I do not wish us to go back to the debates of June the 4th, or whatever the date, and the subsequent disturbances in the House, but I would like us, I've heard you, and I hope you've listened to me, and you are well acquainted with the rules. I want us to proceed now.
On a point of order, Speaker. On a point of order, Speaker.
Honorable, sit down, Honorable Shivambu, I've not given you the floor. Honorable Malema.
Speaker, 2 points that I would like to raise with you. The fact that you're saying you don't want to go back there, it's highly respected, but it is befitting that before we proceed, you present a report of the cases that we reported to you on sexual harassments by the security on how they went about dealing with eviction of female members. So it is important that we get that report, and through that report, perhaps there could be some recommendations, I don't know, where you now announce how such matters could be handled going forward. That's number one. Number two, Speaker, we were meeting in a manner we're meeting now during COVID-19, and we cannot, when the regulations have been scrapped, continue to meet in this manner we're meeting, because you are doing this deliberately to protect the executive, to be held accountable properly, because you're micromanaging us through switching off the microphones and then removing some of us from the platforms. All we're asking is, let this parliament be postponed today, and there must be a proper sitting of members of parliament, all of us, under one roof.
Order, honorable members.
The executive
Order, will you please allow Mr. Malema, who I've given the floor to finish what he's saying? Order. Order.
Thank you.
Yes, continue.
Thank you.
Honorable Malema.
Yes, I'm finishing, Speaker.
Yes, finish.
The way we are constituted, it is extremely wrong. There are no longer COVID restrictions. Postpone the sitting, arrange a proper venue, and allow all of us to come under one roof. Because the way you are doing is tantamount to protecting the president of the ANC and the executive from being held properly accountable to Parliament. It's our duty to hold these people accountable. But the way you have arranged, you have made it so easy to cut us out, switch off the mics, because you can do so willy-nilly. Unlike when we're physically all there to hold the executive accountable, including him, this president who's running away.
Point made, Honorable Malema. I've understood the issue you're raising, and that is a matter which is on the table, where members are calling on us to go back to a physical form of sitting. Just to say, on the 7th of September, next week, Wednesday, all the chief whips of the different parties will be meeting with the speaker, and one of the items on the agenda is this particular issue, if that satisfies you. So,
and then the report on the abuse of our female members.
The issue of Honorable Dlakude. Honorable Dlakude.
Speaker.
Your mic? I haven't muted
I
your
have
mic.
the right to speak as a member of this house. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, according to our rules, today's business is about the questions to the President, because this is the house where the executive is held accountable to Parliament. Then the other reports of the sexual harassment and also the issue of the bigger venue or rented venue, that one will be discussed next week. That was the agreement in the Chief Whip Forum where all Chief Whips were represented. We discussed this matter, and the Speaker and all the presiding officers will give us a report in that particular meeting, not today. Today's sitting is about the questions to the President. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dlakode. Honorable members, order. Before I take your hand, Honorable Mkalipi, if I may respond to the issue which has been raised by Honorable Malema. One, there's an issue which has been responded to by Honorable Dlakode. But there is a matter which also Honorable Malema has raised of the report on the matter which was raised here in this chamber on the last day. Now, just to say that that report indeed was received, that report is going to be discussed by the Whipari on the 7th of on Friday, actually. It is on the agenda of your meeting of the Rules Committee. But in addition, if I may say this, actually, honorable members of the EFF, because you are the complainants, you also are aware that I have given you a copy of that report. So it's not like you're not familiar with the report and the issues coming out of that report. As complainants, you have been afforded with a copy of the report so that when you interact with the speakers, with the whips on Friday, at least you'll be conversant with the issues in the same way that it affects me as a person who was presiding on that day, and I have gone through the report and I will be part of that meeting. Yes, Honorable Mende.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the first part you responded to of switching off the microphones, Rule 82. Before proceedings in terms of Rule 8, Sub-Rule 1, the presiding officer must inform the member, not members, of the House of the intention to do so. So what you do, you take a blanket approach and switch off everyone, not one member. When you are dealing with a member's conduct, it's a member's conduct, not EFF members. It's one member. That's number one. Number two, the report you say we have a privilege to see. Indeed, we had a privilege to see. But we are going to have a problem if we are, as women here in this house, when we are being harassed and violated by men called by you equally
to be honest, Honorable Mente, you are out of order because this is not the item for the day.
Charges against us.
Honorable,
you even list men. When did you see a woman touching a man here?
Honorable Mente,
you even listed men that were violated by women of the EFF. That is not true.
Honorable Member,
that whatever day it is, whether Friday or Saturday,
Honorable Mente,
we are going to
this item will be on the agenda of a meeting, and if you want a debate on that report when it has been processed by the Chief Whip, okay, sit down there.
It's not going to be debated.
The matter now is the President must answer questions.
Tell men that they must open counter charges against women. As a woman speaker, you can't go and tell men to go and open counter charges against men.
Okay, take a seat. Honorable Fatebe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on the rule number 92, which is very clear that if a member is aggrieved of the House because of the ruling of a presiding officer, he must be able to proceed
to the Rules Committee so that you can raise that particular point. But the ruling of the presiding officer is final in the House. I request that that rule be observed. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Khatebe. Honorable Letsie from the virtual platform, and you will be the last one. Honorable members, we now have to proceed with the business of the day, and the business of the day is answers by the President to your questions which you have raised.
Speaker,
Honorable Letsie.
Speaker, you have recognized
Oh,
me.
thank you
It
very
seems
much.
as if you forgot me.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, you
Thank
have
you very much,
recognized me
Speaker.
before, but it seems as if you have forgot me. Can you recognize me?
Actually, Honorable Mkhalipi, I never recognized you. I said, I did. I said,
You'll come
wait.
back to me. You
I
did.
said, wait.
Speaker, you forgot. You did.
Honorable Letsie.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Speaker.
Sit down, Honorable
Thank you
Mkhalipi. I will recognize you, and you will be the last one.
Oh.
You will be the last.
No, thank you.
Letsie.
Thank you, Speaker. I hope I'm audible.
You're
Speaker.
not going, honorable members. No,
Speaker.
Honorable Shibambu. Honorable Shibambu. No, stop it. For the sake of, don't say what. For the sake of the decorum of the
Speaker.
House.
Speaker,
For the sake.
Speaker, please don't point at me.
Salapansi.
You've got no right to point at me.
Sit down.
Don't use your finger to point at me.
Salapansi.
I didn't come with the mother yet.
Tambo.
Don't do that.
Yes,
Don't
you
do
are-
that.
Mamela, sit down. You're right, you didn't come with your mother. My son's as older than you.
But you are becoming very
It's
No,
here,
no,
and
thank
then
you.
followed by
Thank you,
Mkhalipi.
Speaker.
Mkhalipi.
Yeah. Speaker.
Honorable Letsie.
Yes, can I
Followed
continue now?
by Honorable Mkhalipi.
Yes, can I continue, Speaker?
Yes, Baba.
Thank you. Now I was saying, Speaker, can your table assist us that the sound that comes from the mics there in the House is extremely low. And it's going to deprive us of an opportunity to listen to some of those who would be asking follow-up questions in the House. So can you please assist with the mics from the House? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Letsie. I'm sure the people, the IT system will sort this out. Honorable Mkhalipi. Honorable ICT people, can you fix the comms system?
Yeah, Speaker.
Okay. all
Speaker.
right. Yes, Honorable Mkhalipi.
Yeah, I just want to say to you, Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order, Rules
Yes.
92. Speaker, don't try to manage us. 92. And you are not the Speaker when. Speaker, don't try to manage us. Because the issue of opening Parliament is an old issue. We've been writing to you. Now we are trying to manage us to tell us about the matter or the meeting that will take place on the 7th of September. So we're saying to you, now, today, we're supposed to have your president here, the president of the ANC. He's not here. Where is he? He's not here. So we are saying to you, please give us a response, because when you are here, Speaker, we are not representing ourselves here. The people out there, they want to know, when are we going to have all members of Parliament, as per the Constitution, to come and ensure that the executive is accountable to the members of the public. The second point, Speaker, is the point that was raised by the National Chair. Speaker, last time when we evicted the spokesperson of the EFF, you also block all of us, and you don't observe the rules yourself. So today, ensure that people who are also, yes, we must admit and also apologize, because we are also against the rules, Speaker. And today, there are our members who is on the platform, and ensure that you don't block them, because they are also members. But lastly, is to say that the country has been opened, open Parliament. We have been saying that let us go even to Khayelitsha. We have to identify public spaces there, community halls are there, so we
Thank
can
you
go
very
all
much.
of us to Khayelitsha in order for everyone to come and account.
Thank you very much.
Please respond because even the public is waiting for the response. Speaker.
Thank you very
Don't
much.
tell us about the meeting of September 7. It does not hold waters. Thank you,
Honorable
Speaker.
Kalipi, thank you very much. You've made your point. The main issue is the opening up of Parliament, and I'm saying you chief whips will be meeting on Friday, and one of the issues you are discussing and finalizing to find a way forward, it is precisely that issue. Before you, there is an order here. And I'm just responding to that, number one. Number two, on this matter, honorable members, of blocking everybody. If I may respond to that, actually, it is not just members of the EFF who were cut off. It is all members who were on the virtual platform from all political parties. And it has everything, wait. And it has everything to do, with maintaining the decorum of the House because people were screaming on the virtual platform. And I did explain that. I am now closing this matter, honorable members, and I'm allowing Khatebe.
On a point of order.
No, I've not given you the floor.
Point of order.
There's a point of order here.
But I've raised a point of order.
He had a point of order.
Please recognize me after that.
He had a point of order.
That's fine, you must come back.
Sit down, Mansukuma. Don't stand when you are raising a point of order. For the sake of the decorum of the House.
But the rules say we must stand up.
No, don't. Just sit down and raise your hand and say point of order.
But the rules say we must
No, akose mbacheni la man. Oh, Khatebe.
Don't talk to us like that.
Speaker, but the rule says we must stand up. Confirm the rules.
But guys, can you
We are
imagine
not
if
going to
all
run
of
a
us
parliament.
stood up?
We won't run parliament according to your feelings. Follow the rules. The rule says we must stand up. Your feeling might be down, but the rule says we must stand up.
Honorable members, okay. Thank you.
Randy,
Honorable
where is the
Malema
president of the
for that
EFF in this thing?
letter. But honorable members, I want to make a plea to all of us.
Why are you looking for me? I'm not your president. When I'm not the president of the republic, look for your big nose president here. Why are you looking for me?
Honorable, I'm making a plea to all of you, which is that, honorable members, when you still have your hand up and you are asking to be recognized, please take your seat. You'll be recognized. This is a small room. We can't all stand and say point of order. That's all I'm saying. Honorable Khatebe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The first point of order I'll raise is on Rule 84. The Honorable Malema has just used an unparliamentary language by calling you Wena. It cannot be right. You cannot be called Wena. You are the head of this institution. Number two, Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, I'm still rising on Rule number 92, point of order, subsection 12. That rule is very clear, that when the presiding officer has made a determination, that determination cannot be challenged here on the floor. I request if the members are aggrieved, they must take it where it's supposed to go to. On the third order which I'm raising, Chairperson, Speaker, is on Rule number 6. It's very clear that if an unpredictable situation arises, just like the situation whereby the members are getting rowdy, they're making the House uncontrollable, you can use Rule number 6, whereby you can make a determination yourself, and then that rule will be passed over, that ruling will be passed over to the Rules Committee. But that ruling cannot be challenged. So we're not here to open up your rulings of the past sittings. If there are any people who are aggrieved, they know where they must go to. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Zulu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise in accordance with Rule 64. Isicelo nje, Chairperson, ukuthi there is a time when a nation must decide and a House must decide that it shall be able to conduct itself in the manner in which the people of South Africa expect. So according to that rule which I've indicated, Chairperson.
Sorry, Chair.
Sicelo nje ukuthi
If we could perhaps just fast forward the video recording. We can fast forward a little bit until where the president joins virtually. I think it's around 50 or so, or could be 55.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Thank you.
You did. I haven't heard from other people. I saw when you were shaping.
Sorry, Chair, it's too far. If we could go back, please.
there is a time.
I just need a bathroom break, please. Just 2 minutes while they sort out the time.
The question on behalf.
Yeah, in the interest of
Chair.
this, but I did not say attendance.
So why it doesn't have. Switch off the mics without
Chair.
instructions. Please control those administrators. They are nothing else but administrators who are elected to be there, and we can't be mooted by administrators who know nothing about being elected. Please.
Thank you, Honorable.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me? Yeah. Hello, Chair.
Hello.
There is a request for just a 2 minutes. There is a request for a 2 minutes bathroom break by the initiator.
Okay. Okay. We'll make it 5 minutes.
Recording stopped.
Malema, Honorable
Honorable
members,
Chief
Thank you very much, Chair. We can continue with the video clip.
Raise issues,
Thank
all
you.
the
Let's go.
mics are off, including when Honorable Ngungubelo was trying to speak. The mics were showing a green light, which is a demonstration that some mere administrator who thinks he's got the power he doesn't have switched off the mics without your instructions. Please control those administrators. They are nothing else but administrators who are elected to be there, and we can't be mooted by administrators who know nothing about being elected. Please.
Thank you, Honorable Malema. Honorable
Honorable
members,
Chief, Honorable Speaker,
as I had ruled,
Honorable Malema
I
is
said this is
misleading
the
the House
last.
that he has never been to a street bash.
Can
you remove that one,
Ronald
please?
Lamula, honorable
That one must
members,
be removed.
will you please switch off your mic? Please mute. Thank you very much. Mute.
I've never been to a street bash with Lamula. He was dead.
It's misleading the House that he has never been to a street bash.
Speaker,
Honorable members,
point of order, Speaker.
what is the point of order?
Can that minister who just appeared there, he's lying. He must not say
No,
the
man,
president
please,
of the EFF,
man.
please.
Don't
Speaker,
do that.
Speaker, please.
You know
please.
that language
He's
is
casting
not.
aspersion
That
on our
language is
president
not
and-
used. It's
Speaker,
unparliamentary.
Speaker, you just read the rules now.
I
You
am
read the rules
saying-
now. You said there's no member that must cast aspersion on any member here.
You can't
That
say
minister must
a
withdraw now.
person is lying. Will you please withdraw that?
I will withdraw that.
Yes, thank you.
No, that's fine.
Honorable
Speaker,
members,
absolutely,
wait.
I withdraw. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you.
Speaker, I
Having
withdraw that,
withdrawn,
but please can
allow me to understand
Speaker,
what the minister was saying. What was he saying?
Yes, yes, Speaker. The minister said that the president of the EFF and the incoming president of South Africa has been to a street bash, which is a lie. But
Now you see,
So-
I did not hear that.
okay,
You
can
wish.
finish, Speaker.
Honorable, can you withdraw that, man? Honorable Lamula, we want to proceed on withdraw
Speaker.
that.
Speaker. Yes, hello, sorry, Speaker. I'm still on the floor, Speaker.
No, but you're down now.
How do you know, Speaker?
No, but you've told
How
me
do
the
you- No, I
essence.
didn't say that.
The
Can I-
essence of what?
My point of order can be in two parts. I've been asking to speak.
You know what? Honorable
Speaker,
Tambo,
please
Honorable
can you
Tambo,
withdraw? That's number one. Number two,
Honorable
Speaker.
Tambo, please take your seat.
Speaker, I've got another part
Take your seat.
to my point of order.
Recording in progress.
Take your seat.
On a point of order,
Take
Speaker.
your seat, please.
On a
Please-
point of order, Speaker.
Please do take your seat.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Will you please take your
But I'm
seat?
raising on a point of order,
I am pleading with you to take your seat. I am equally pleading with you. You are saying you are being aggressive. That is a point of order. You want to speak, and I'm pleading with you to take your seat. Because I had ruled that we have come to the end of the points of order. Yes, and now we proceed.
Lamula must withdraw. Lamula must withdraw. what he said
Lamula
about
must
the CIC
withdraw.
of EFF. Lamula must withdraw
Unparliamentary.
that.
To call President
Recording
a liar.
stopped.
He's a party of attending street bashes. Lamula must withdraw now. You made
Honorable Honorable Lamula
Recording in progress.
Bruno Tolo must withdraw that thing.
Honorable Lamula. Honorable
Yes,
Lamula.
Honorable Speaker. Yes,
Honorable
Speaker.
Lamula.
Yes, Honorable
Will
Speaker.
you please withdraw your statement on the street bash?
Yeah, in the interest of peace, but I did not say he attended. I
No.
said that is misleading the House.
Unconditionally, man. Just withdraw.
Yeah, in the interest of peace, I withdraw, Honorable Speaker.
Mamela.
They are in charge here.
Honorable Lamula. Honorable
Yes, I
Lamula.
withdraw, Honorable Speaker. I
Honorable
withdraw, Honorable
Lamula.
Speaker.
I am not going
I
to.
withdraw.
I don't want that. In the interest of this, I just want you to withdraw.
I
We-
withdraw, Honorable
Thank you very
Speaker.
much. Valage, mute.
But we can't hear him.
Thank you. Honorable members, we proceed. Mr. President, will you please continue and finish so that we start with the questions?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I was saying, I wish to apologize for not being there in person. And I'd like to thank you for giving me the latitude to be able to answer these questions on the virtual platform. I have a family situation. My wife has had a procedure, and I'd like to be there to support her as soon as I finish answering these questions. So I'd like to thank you for allowing me to be in a position to answer the questions on the online platform. And thank you very much for that.
Thank you, the Honorable the President. Honorable members, we now proceed with the business of the day. The business of the day is the only item on today's order paper is questions addressed to the President. There are 4 parliamentary questions.
Point of order, Speaker.
On each question.
Point of order, Speaker.
I've said I'm not allowing any more points of order.
No,
Please.
Speaker. I think it's very important. If the President has pressing family issues, we can excuse him and he can go take care of that.
Man, I
We
don't
can
want to
carry on
hear
without
that.
him.
It's okay.
He
But
can
I
go
don't
take care
want
of his
comments
wife.
anymore. There are 4 parliamentary questions. Supplementary questions. Parties have given an indication of which questions their members wish to pose as supplementary questions. Adequate notice was given to parties for this purpose. This was done to facilitate participation of members who are connecting to the sitting through the virtual platform. The members will pose supplementary questions, will be recognized by the presiding officer. In allocating opportunities for supplementary questions, the principle of fairness, amongst others, has been applied. If a member who is supposed to ask a supplementary question through the virtual platform is unable to do so due to technological difficulties, the party whip on duty will be allowed to ask the question on behalf of their member. When all the parliamentary questions have been asked by the President, answered by we will proceed to the next question on the question paper. The first question has been asked by the Honorable M.S. Chabane. Honorable M.S. Chabane, I now invite the Honorable the President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issue of migration is an important developmental issue within the African Union and SADC, Southern African Development Community, and indeed across the world. As a consequence, it features quite often in bilateral engagements between South Africa and various African countries that we interact with on an ongoing basis. A good example is that in November in 2021, during the state visit of President Uhuru Kenyatta, Kenya and South Africa signed a migration agreement that includes the return of third country immigrants that passed illegally through one of our countries en route to the other country. I also met President Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Republic of Nigeria, towards the end of 2021 in Nigeria.
Order, Speaker. That is the point of order.
Honorable Speaker, eyona nto ke ebesiyilindele kupresident ukuthi aye ngqo apho kufele khona ithole athethe ngephalaphala elaplazi lakhe.
Honorable member,
Honorable
please take
Speaker,
your seat.
Honorable Speaker,
Please take your seat. Take your seat. First question is on migration. It is
out of order, President. Makathethe ngalento ama-Afrika awayilindele. Indaba yasephalaphala nemali ephansi kwamatrasi efumana.
Honorable Matulelwa. Honorable Matulelwa.
Mamela Speaker.
Honorable Matulelwa, the first question on the order paper is a question on migration. It has nothing to do with Palapala. You will raise the Palapala issue when the time comes. Please take your seat. That was the first question, Honorable Member. Switch off your mic.
Thank you. Please continue.
Point of order, Speaker.
There is no point of order until the president has finished this question.
I'm entitled to a point of order,
Until he
Speaker.
has finished answering the question, take your seat,
I get that, Speaker, but I'm entitled to a point of
Honorable
order.
Mawutwe, sit down. Take your seat.
Rule 92 says I'm
Shiva,
entitled
take-
to a point of
Shirwa,
order. Point of
Kalapans.
order, Speaker.
Honorable Shirwa Kalapans.
Speaker, ngicela i-point of order. I am entitled to a point of
Honorable
order in this
Shirwa.
house, whether you like it or not.
Honorable members, I had said that was the last I've accepted, Honorable.
What rule? What rule?
And I said,
What rule?
on the basis that,
What rule are you using to
Speaker,
say
it's
that?
not up to you all the time. We are
Which
entitled
rule?
to point of order.
Which rule are you using?
Honorable members,
69,
Which rule are you
69.
using to suppress a point of order?
you
Which
are
rule
not
you
going
using?
to disrupt the house.
No. But what rule are you using
You
to
will
suppress a
not
point of order?
disrupt the house.
69,
We will
69.
allow for him to respond to the issues you raised in the question paper. What I will not allow is, at a point when the president or any member of the executive for that matter is responding to a question and then you say a point of order, even before you've had the answer. So I'm not going to allow
Point
that.
of order is allowed in any part of this city.
But in this
You can raise a
instance,
point of
in this-
order any time. We want an
Honorable Khatib.
explanation of the money in the mattress and pillows of Cyril Ramaphosa
Khatib.
today. We want the money which is in the pillows.
The money
No,
is
Speaker, we
not
cannot be
number
abused like
one.
this.
Pala is not number one on the list of questions on the order paper.
Yes, but it's a priority.
We are dealing with question one on the
Number
order
one
paper.
in the country.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 92, subsection 12. Honorable Speaker, you have made a ruling around.
So who
Rule
said
69.
German Cat must speak?
Around
Why
Rule
German Cat
69.
is speaking, Speaker?
Around
Why
Rule
German
69.
Cat is on the floor? Did you recognize him?
That the point of
Speaker,
order
why
cannot
German
be
Cat is
abused.
speaking?
Please.
Why German Cat is speaking?
Will you please?
You didn't
ensure that
recognize him.
The people who are violating that rule are evicted. Thank you.
Speaker.
Honorable members,
Speaker.
there is no amount of confusion, there is no amount of screaming or disruption of the session which will prevent us from proceeding with the discussion today. Now,
Speaker.
honorable members, Imagalok now.
Speaker.
I don't know who's saying speaker, but will you please, I'm on the floor now. I'm now on the floor. Thank you. Now, honorable members, Rule 70 states that if the presiding officer is of the opinion that a member is deliberately contravening a provision of the rules, or that a member is disregarding the authority of the chair, or that a member's conduct is grossly disorderly, he or she may order the member to leave the chamber immediately for the remainder of the day's sitting. Honorable members, I just thought as a point of reminder, honorable members should take cognizance of that.
It's intimidation.
It's a threat. You mean as a threat?
That's intimidation.
It's not intimidation.
It is intimidation.
So what is
And why
it?
do you want to remind us that you are going to evict us?
You are going to be evicted.
When you have not even heard
If we
the point of
rise
order
one by
from-
one
To raise a point of order.
Honorable members,
No, you can't
closed.
intimidate
You have not even
us.
heard our
No.
point of order.
honorable members, I have closed all points of order.
On what rule? On what rule are you closing points of order?
On the rule that people are using points of order.
There's no
to
rule like that.
disrupt
There's no rule like
the
that. No rule like
session.
that. No rule like that.
Honorable members,
Then kusembacheni ke.
will you please,
Sisebenzisa i-rules zasembacheni.
will you please now, I
Not
have
a crowd.
requested the Honorable Chi,
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Chi The one who asked the first question.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, thank you. Please continue. Honorable Malema, I'm not allowing points of order now anymore. And I think there's an understanding.
There's no such a rule now.
Honorable Speaker, honors, just a quick one. The whip of the ANC, they call him Honorable German Carter. I don't know his name.
Who?
He spoke and didn't recognize him. The last one that spoke. And you didn't.
Honorable Malema, I've taken note of your point. Honorable Khatebe, you're talking about Honorable Khatebe.
I don't know his name. German Carter. I don't know his name.
Honorable Khatebe had been recognized. And I did recognize him.
Speaker. Okay.
Honorable members, I said no more points of order. Honorable members, we are going to continue with this session. I know that a statement has been made that perhaps the session should come to an end. This session will not come to an end. We will proceed with the business of the House together. Now, Honorable Mr. President, you were at the tail end of your response.
But Speaker, there's a question of the matras and migration because people are migrating to Namibia there. Stealing money in Namibia, people were using helicopters of the state. Migration, can we be given an update by the president as to what happened with the migration which he violated himself in terms of what happened in Parliament?
Honorable Shivambo. Honorable, yes, he knows it's 69.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Shivambo.
Honorable Speaker.
You were about to leave the house.
Honorable Speaker.
No.
Yes, you are about to leave the house.
Speaker.
Sit down. I said no more points of
Honorable
order.
Speaker.
Take your seat.
No, it's a point of exigence.
Take your seat. There's no exigence. Take your seat. Take your seat, Tambo.
There's an
Take your seat. Take your seat.
Order, Speaker, order. Order. Order, Speaker, order. Order, Speaker. On a point of order, Speaker.
Speaker.
I'm not going to allow
Speaker.
I'm not allowing
Speaker.
for a point of order.
Can I call a point of order on you, Speaker?
Allowing for a point of order.
Can I call a point of order on you, Speaker?
Because
On you.
are using the point of order to distract us.
Can I
from
call a
what
point of
we
order
are
on you,
trying
Speaker,
to
please?
do. Even to me. You can write to me and point that.
Don't
point
be
of order
agitated,
after the-
Speaker, as a presiding officer.
I have no choice if your people are
You
screaming.
can't
at
be
me.
agitated.
Now, honorable member.
Speaker, the president must respond to the issues. He must respond to the issues pertaining to the abuse of women and the abduction of women in Parapara Farm. That is what is at the center of what he should be responding to, because in a country like this, we cannot, when women are being killed timelessly, and the president does that as a first citizen of the country, and you are saying to us, he must not be held to account.
Honorable Cesar, will you please?
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Cesar.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Cesar, will you please leave the house?
On what basis?
Honorable Cesar,
On what basis?
will you please?
On what
Speaker,
basis?
you didn't warn him.
Speaker,
You
on what
didn't warn
basis?
him. Speaker.
Did you? Speaker. Speaker, on what basis? Speaker, you haven't given me the warning.
Honorable Cesar, leave the house.
Please, like you did with the Honorable
member.
Honorable Speaker. The way you want, the way I just wait.
You please.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, the same way you want Shivambo. Please warn him. You didn't warn him, Speaker. Speaker, you didn't warn him.
Honorable Cesar, please
Speaker,
leave the house.
you did not warn him. Speaker, you didn't warn him like you did with Shivambo. Speaker, you didn't warn him. Warn him first.
Leave the house.
I was expecting.
Honorable Cesar, I called you more than 3 times. Please leave the house, Honorable Cesar.
Honorable Speaker, you warned Shivambo and said to him, you will evict him if he doesn't listen to you. You have not done that to Cesar. Please warn him.
Sorry, Chair, if we could just pause the video clip there. Chair, sorry, if we could pause there. Thank you, Chair. If we could just pause there just for one moment. Mr. Kazo, we've now all seen up to this point the proceedings in the National Assembly on the day in question. And the first person, as we can see, that is being asked to leave is Mr. Teza.
I cannot hear anything. Really?
Chair, can you hear me now? Madam Chair?
Speaking alone. Then the ITC see them like that.
Chair? Yeah. Can you hear me? Okay.
Chair, can you hear me now? Thank you. We've just paused and I've just asked Mr. Kazo about what has just happened. Mr. Kazo, we all see from the video evidence that Mr. Teza is the first person that is asked to leave the House. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Chairperson.
Yes, and we've also heard, if I'm not mistaken, it was an objection or a remark that was made by Mr. Malema, who's on the online platform, and Mr. Malema shouted at the speaker to say that the speaker must first warn him. Can that be correct, and what is your comment there?
Chairperson, I think the point I would like to explain to the committee is that there's no requirement in the rules for a member to be warned. So when the speaker warns a member, it is out of courtesy. And in this instance, we will see that a lot had happened before that. So there was a build-up towards this. But the point I want to make is that the rules don't require a warning. Speaker in fact, a warning had already been given by reading Rule 70, what the rule says about the authority of the speaker that must be observed.
Yes. And we also see that notwithstanding that the speaker had warned the members of the EFF in particular, the relevant members that can be identified, that the Phala issue was not the first question on the order paper or in terms of the question paper, it was the issue of migration. And we see that Mr. Teza then persisted after the speaker had repeatedly said that that was not yet the time to discuss that question. Is that an accurate summation of what happened in the video clip?
Yes, it is. I think, and Speaker was saying this because question number 5 on the day, which on the question paper is reflected as question 11, but it would have been the 5th question, was on Phala.
Yeah.
So the matter was still coming up in the proceedings of the House.
Yes. So it was at this juncture then when Mr. Teza did not want to listen to the speaker that he continued with Phala and she asked him then to leave.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes. We also see from the video clip.
My apologies, Chair, and I apologize to the initiator. It typically is not my style to interject, which is why I apologize. But if I could just ask the initiator to not ask the witness to confirm a version, that you rather ask the question he answers. As it's been going, at least to my recollection, 5 times, you give a narration of what you perceive from the video and you just ask him to confirm. I'd rather you ask leading questions. Thank you, Speaker. Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, if I may just respond in this particular way. The video clip evidence, it is what it is. It is in many respects self-explanatory. It will assist the efficiency of the hearing if I just say what is already obvious for Mr. Kazo to confirm. That is my response to that. But I will, where it is required and where it is necessary, I will revert to Mr. Kazo's views on the video clip. I'm merely doing it to push the matter along, given the time that we've already lost because of the technical issues. Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to proceed. Thank you. Mr. Kaso, we also see on the video clip evidence that the Sergeant at Arms, if I'm not mistaken, was requested to remove Mr. Treza.
Yes.
And of course, and also just, and this is also to respond to my learned friend's objection, you were obviously in the House, you were there personally. You attended the proceedings on the 30th and you saw yourself what happened.
Yes, I was present.
Yes, so this is not second-hand knowledge.
Yes, no, I was present, physically
Yes.
present in the House. on that
Thank
day.
you. Thank you. We may proceed with the video clip evidence. Thank you, Chair.
You see the violence for honorable person. Honorable person, you may as well leave. No, you can't do that. No.
Speak. Chair, if we could pause there, please. Thank you, Mr. Kaso. So the video evidence obviously speaks for itself, but perhaps for good order, if you could just explain what we've all seen.
What we see there, Chairperson, is after having been ordered to come and remove the member, the Parliamentary Protection Services was blocked, or there was an attempt to
Mr.
block.
Kaso, sorry, before we get there, Mr. Treza refused to leave when the Sergeant at Arms approached him. And then what happened after that?
Then the Protection Services was asked to come and remove the member from the chamber.
And that happens when a member refuses to leave on the instruction of the Speaker and or the Sergeant at Arms.
That's when the member refuses to leave. Instruction of the Speaker is correctly. And the next step is the Sergeant at Arms being asked. And the third step is the Parliamentary Protection Services
Yes.
being asked.
So we also see that the Speaker called out to Mr. Paulson, who is also one of the members being charged in this hearing today. What did you observe on the video? What did Mr. Paulson do? What was his behavior?
What I see in the video and what I saw on the day was the honorable member attempting to prevent the Parliamentary Protection Services from removing Mr. Treza,
Yes,
physically attempting to restrain them.
yes. Is it a fair and an accurate description from what we have all seen now that Mr. Paulson was fighting with the PPS members?
He was preventing them physically. And yes, it was not a friendly interaction.
Yes. Then we also see at the end, just before we paused, where the Speaker then instructs Mr. Paulson to leave. Is that also what you remember from the video clip evidence?
It is what I
Yes.
remember, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can continue with the video clip.
So uyayibangela i-chaos kule house speaker. Uyibangela i-chaos. Why you bang i-chaos kanje?
Now, Honorable Speaker, you can't take Honorable Paulson out. Honorable Paulson was the first one to obstruct the PPS from removing the Honorable member. Can I say this?
Paulson must go and play
Paulson
wrestling.
was the first one.
To bring back our member here.
Honorable Shiba
Paulson
Moteke
must go and play wrestling.
Speaker,
Wrestling ring.
Now the next one,
please.
Honorable Paulson is gone. Honorable Tenjua, what's that name there? Honorable Tenjana, will you please leave the house?
For what? For what?
For obstructing the PPS.
No.
Obstructing the PPS.
Why?
On Pumaput. Out.
Why?
You know what you did?
What? What rules are you using now?
Why is
Honorable-
he leaving the house?
Restricting our members to
Honorable
proceed.
Speaker, we help you run the house,
But
please.
you know what you did.
Why? Tell us.
Let
Tell
me
us
You
help
what
all
you
you.
know
did.
what you did. Puma.
Speaker, can I help you?
Point of order, Speaker.
Speaker, can I help you?
Mute your masks. Your mics, please. Honorable Tenjuan, no member, to all of you, no member may in any manner whatsoever physically intervene in, prevent, that's what you did. Puma Puti, Honorable Tenjuan,
Speaker,
Sergeant in arms, please remove Honorable Tenjuan.
Speaker. Speaker,
Honorable Malema, I'm not allowing any more points of order now because points of order have been used to disrupt us. Honorable Tenjuana,
I want to appeal to you to come down, please. Please.
thank you very much,
Please.
Honorable Malema. I'm coming down.
Please.
Honorable Tenjuana, please. I won't allow you. No. Honorable Tenjuana. Sergeant in arms, you are taking long to report back. He's refusing.
We're in an army base here.
PPS must usher him out then. Instruct PPS must now remove Honorable Tenjuan. Honorable Tenjuana, please leave put. Because I saw what you did. I haven't heard from other people. I saw when you were shaping. Honorable members, just as a reminder, none of us are allowed to disrupt the speaker or any presiding officer when addressing the members of parliament. And if it continues, yes, people will leave the house. And if people obstruct the PPS from ushering a member out, yes, the person who is responsible for that will have to accompany them and give too. And that is the issue, that's all, honorable members. Thank you very much, honorable members. On what rule are you rising? On what rule? You're not addressing me because I don't want to be addressed, because you are using points of orders and making statements to disrupt the house. That's what is happening.
The rule says you must inform the member, you must allow them to withdraw. Which rule is that?
I read the rules out clearly as I was preparing to ask those members to leave the house. I did. You are not listening. Rule 73 talks to that. Go to a rules book. Rule 73 will explain that to you. Thank you, honorable members.
Point of order, Speaker. On you, on a point of order, Speaker, please.
No, honorable
Please,
Malema.
please.
Kudala ndikuvumela nama point of order. I've ruled on the points of order now because the points of order are being used to disrupt us. Can you please stop now?
And
Honorable
disrupt.
Malema.
Diakrel.
No, no, Honorable Malima, hayi, Honorable Malima,
My chief,
hayi.
baby, my
Ulindile la ePapu woza Malima man, bayeke lapho.
my chief whip. Speaker.
Chair,
Kancane.
if we could perhaps fast forward the video clip a little. Thank you, Chair. If we could fast forward the video clip a little bit to, I think, 2 hours. I'm just trying as accurately as possible to follow the video clip. If we could go to 02.00 and see where that takes us. Chair, I'm asking of the technicians, I don't know if they can hear me, if we can fast forward the video clip to about, say, 2 hours, 2 hours, 5 minutes. 0205.
Hold your horses, please. Now, at that point, there was an exchange, honorable member, between honorable.
Sorry, that's too far. That's too far, Madam Chair. They've got to rewind.
At that point, there was an exchange. However,
If we can start at 0200.
The issues of this toxic masculinity clear, and it is an area of focus that I've also communicated to the minister that needs to be cleared up. At the provincial level, yes, that is where we need to capacitate our provinces to be able to deal with this type of matter. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the honorable
Speaker, to you. Honourable President, it is correct that you say that there is improvement. I have just received, for instance, a report, a household report, that says there is an improvement where women, for instance, feel that they are more safe when they move around. But the fact of the matter is, if we look at the murder rate of women and children for the first quarter of this financial year, then we see there's an increase when it comes to women of 53%. In children, it went up to 46%. But when it comes to assault with gross bodily harm, then we see the case of women increase with 55%. And when we talk about children, 17 years and younger, we see an increase of 58%. Now, Honourable President, we had a meeting with political leaders and yourself in 2018, and I then said to you, the problem is the criminal justice system. I heard what you said on the question of the IFP, but my question is more specifically, what steps have you as President took to ensure that the criminal justice system is improved?
The time is out here. It doesn't accord with my time. This video, the time is different.
Correctional services, I think there are too many ladies that gets parole, and then they just continue with their criminal. I think.
Is about the same time.
Sure.
Just
But it is out a bit here and there, but anyway, let's see.
Remember, where they are now, the times don't correspond.
I was just telling her now that this video, the timing is out in terms of the video times that we recorded when we prepared. But it's not far out. We just have to let it play.
I'm following Hansard. So I can see, I'm following Hansard. I can see where it's going.
It's just going to start now, the last bit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm glad that Honorable Provival recognized that we have been a bit, but I agree with him that much more needs to be done, can be done, and the focus should be on key priorities.
And allow Mr. President. There is a unlike
Now the answer is correct, but the time of this video differs to the time that we have here, and this time is correct because we went through it twice. So I don't know why the timing is out here.
Honorable Member Shivamo,
Let them take it to 2 then. I'm going to find it because you're going to be very close.
Honorable Shivamo.
But why don't they show the
Honorable
time?
Shivamo, remember, order.
Victor.
Honorable Shivamo, remember, whenever we're preparing for questions, you have a right to submit follow-up questions, an indication that you would want to make a follow-up question. And I do have a list of parties which made that request. Honorable members, honestly, Honorable Shivambo, what is the problem here? I mean, you may speak from the podium and we did not come, Honorable Mkalipi. Order, Honorable member. Honorable member. Okay, I will intervene. Honorable Mkalipi.
Speaker,
Yes.
I'm being harassed here. I'm being harassed by your member here. He's asking what is my children saying when I'm speaking here. What does my children fit in? Honor Women's Month.
Honorable
Women's Month.
members.
I'm being harassed.
Honorable
Harassed on
members.
Women's Month. Can you rule on that, Speaker?
Who's that?
Speaker,
Who's
rule on
questioning?
that. I'm harassed by this doctor
Okay,
here.
take your seat.
What does my kids fit in? Can
Honorable.
you bring my kids here?
Okay,
Why
Honorable
don't we-
Mkalipi. Honorable Mkalipi, take your floor. Who raised that question? Who is that, honorable members? Hawa, Honorable Zomo.
I'm not here.
Really? Honorable Zomo. Hi, man. Okay. Honorable Zomo. Hi, man, how may I help you? Hi, you are not presiding
But
now.
that
Next time,
question is
yes.
very relevant, Honorable
Honorable
Speaker.
Zomo.
That question is very relevant.
Pakame Puti, take the floor. What did you say? What did you say, Honorable Zomo? Let me understand what you said.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mutise and Honorable Mente. Honorable Zomo, what did you say? Order! Order! Honorable Dlomo,
Honorable Speaker.
what did you say? What did you say? Can you just clarify me,
Speaker.
what did you say?
You can check the Hansard. I didn't say anything.
Okay, then I will come back. Honorable member, I will come back with a ruling from answered. Honorable Zulu.
Thank you again, Honorable Speaker. Again, on the same rule that we raised earlier on. It is just a plea, Honorable Speaker, because members of this House on both sides do have to appreciate what we've been raising all the time. What is actually very disturbing right now is what members what members of the EFF on the front and members this side actually going to a point of almost talking physical threat against each other. Again, no, honorable member, I'm really.
Allow her, she is on the floor. She is on the floor and I granted her that opportunity. Yes.
I am really pleading, Honorable Speaker. Worst
Honorable-
of all is Women's Month.
Yes.
So the last thing we need is between us women, in particular, making the kind of threats that are being made in the House. I thought we've long gone past that stage. As I indicated earlier on, the people of South Africa will learn from us. And when we learn, we must learn and show that we have learned. So this that has been going on here, Honorable Speaker, it's a pity you did not hear. But members who are here, they heard the physical threats. And it's a plea, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, if I could ask the technician to go to 0 to 10. It is now on 0 to 14.
Honorable Dlomo, hold your horses, please. Now, it must be raised. Very much.
And must withdraw from any form of physical threats. The last thing we need is that, Honorable. Yes, I have changed, and I'll show you that I have changed. I struggle to make sure that we make the change. I've made the change.
Okay.
Yes.
Just thank you very much, Honorable Zulu. Honorable members, Order, honorable members. Honorable members, order, please. There is a matter which has been raised here. Not only has it just been raised, I heard it all, but there was somebody I had recognized on the floor. I was asking Dr. Dlomo, honorable member, to clarify what he had said, which had annoyed Honorable Mkhaliphi. Now, Honorable Dlomo has referred me to the Hansard, and I will check the Hansard and come back and rule on the matter. However, Honorable Ima, hold on, hold your horses, please. Now, at that point, there was an exchange, honorable members, between Honorable Modise and Honorable Mente. Honorable members, both of you, will you please stand? Honorable Mente and Honorable Modise. Yes, sis. Yes. Honorable. Now. No, it was, honorable members. Honorable members, order, honorable members, order. Honorable members, you were right to take the floor to stand because I did call out your name to stand. But Honorable Mente is correcting that and is pointing me to the right person. Will the person who was having an exchange with Honorable Mente take the floor, honorable members? Sit down, Honorable Modise, and thank you very much. Honorable, allow me. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, order, 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 order. Honorable members, you are honorable members. And honorable members are leaders of our society as parliamentarians. And you have a responsibility to maintain the decorum of the House. And I think what Honorable Zulu said about the fact that this happened at a time when it is Women's Month says it all. And I just think that, honorable members, it was incorrect of you, Honorable Mente and Honorable Mkweba. We are supposed to be exemplary to our people who are watching us. We are supposed to be exemplary to our children, to our families, to our members who are watching. And I do want to, no, I don't need you to help me to deal with this. Honorable Mente, Honorable Mkweba, with all due respect, I'm appealing to both of you to withdraw what you said to one another for the benefit of this House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I withdraw.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mente.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I will not withdraw protecting my members because she, after Dr. Dom.
No, Honorable Mente.
You must, there is
Honorable
context to
Mente.
everything. There is context to everything.
Honorable Mente.
Honorable
Mente.
You are not going to sit
Honorable-
here intimidate my members.
Honorable Mente.
It will never happen.
Honorable Mente. Honorable Mente. Honorable Mente.
If you look at Gisela speak,
I
and
am
don't look at
requesting
Gisela.
you, it doesn't matter what happened now.
No,
but
it
the
matters.
exchange which you
It
had in the,
matters. It
no,
matters,
honorable
Speaker.
member.
It matters, Speaker. Remember, yam i-technician ila member after uDr. Dlomo eyiqale wayi-technician ngabantwana bayo. Abantwana bakhe one abangendawo.
Okay, thank you very much.
Number one. Number two, she threatens my member. I must sit here, be quiet when my member.
No, honorable
These people
member.
here are under my custody.
Honorable member. Honorable Mente.
It's not going to happen that my members are threatened when I'm here. Last time women were threatened with violence and they were ejected out of the house with violence.
Honorable-
Now your members are threatening violence on my members. It will never happen.
Honorable Mente.
It will never happen.
The matter.
You must protect us from being violated by your women. the worst part is she is defending a man against a woman.
Okay.
And then I must sit here and fold arms.
Honorable
I'm not
Mente.
going to do that.
Honorable Mente.
I am not going to do it, Speaker. I'm not
Honorable
going to do
Mente.
it. I am not going to withdraw protecting my members.
No, Honorable Mente.
Will not do
I
it.
have called your name thrice already. And all I am requesting is, in spite of the context within which this happened, the issue I am raising, Honorable Mente and honorable members, is what transpired here in the
Speaker,
chamber.
you did not hear us.
Honorable,
You are being told by
no, Honorable Mente, please withdraw.
Speaker, what?
Honorable Mente, withdraw.
What must I withdraw?
Honorable Mente, withdraw. Then, Honorable Mente, please leave the house. If you can't take the order, leave the house. It is my ruling, Honorable Member. It is my ruling, Honorable Member, leave the house. No, Honorable Shivambo. Honorable Shivambo, the issue is not about the context. It is about what transpired in the house here. No, Honorable Shivambo, I have made a ruling. I've said these two members must withdraw.
She never threatened her with violence.
No, these two members must
Another
leave the
matter
house.
which we will
Not
deal
that
with.
our member.
We will deal with that matter.
Can't
Once
be.
I've read the Hansard, I've ruled that Honorable Mente should leave the house. Honorable Mente,
was threatened
leave
by
the
an
house.
ANC
If you
member.
can't
It was
withdraw,
not done by the national chair.
Honorable Mente, will you please leave the house? Sergeant in arms, will you please usher Honorable Mente out? I've not called bouncers. I've requested the sergeant in arms to usher Honorable Mente out.
On a point of order, speak.
Speaker. Speaker Ngabula.
I've said the
Speaker, are you
sergeant in
calling men
arms
against a woman
should
again?
request the women PPS members to usher Honorable Mente out. Thank you.
Speaker,
We
can I speak?
proceed, Honorable members.
Speaker, can I speak?
Not allowing any point of order now.
No, but Speaker, this thing started about me.
No, Honorable Mkalipi. Honorable Mente, please leave the house. Bani? Honorable Shivambo, please give the way so that Honorable Mente can be ushered out. Please give the way. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Speaker.
Honorable members, order.
Chair, if we could just pause the video there. Thank you, Chair.
Let's pause and proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sitkaso, we now saw that Ms. Menti was instructed to leave the house, and then the sergeant at arms was instructed. Could you perhaps just comment on that part of the video clip?
Chairperson, yes. The speaker made a ruling that Honorable Mkweba and Honorable Mente must withdraw, and Honorable Mkweba did withdraw. Honorable Mente told the speaker that she was not going to withdraw.
And just so that we are accurate in terms of what needed to be withdrawn, and I refer you to charge number 3 of Ms. Menti's charge sheet, which appears on page 265 of the bundle. And I read there from the sort of the fourth line, and following a disturbing and volatile exchange of remarks between Honourable Ms. T. Mgweba and yourself, the Speaker requested both members to withdraw the remarks which you, Honourable Menti, refused to do when ordered to leave the chamber in terms of Rule 70 for disregarding the authority of the Chair. You failed and refused to comply with the order. I just want to focus there. Yes, what is your comments in terms of Ms. Menti's behaviour?
Chair, I think the point that I would like to make as I respond to the initiator, and maybe we should just refer to a few rules. Rule 26 of the NA rules, if I may. Rule 26 of the NA rules. That's about the authority of the Speaker. Sub-rule 2, which says that the Speaker must maintain and preserve the order and the proper decorum in the House and uphold the dignity and the good name of the House. And then 3, the Speaker is responsible for the strict observance of the rules of the House and must decide questions of order and practice, such a ruling being final and binding. That point is important. And so the point that I would like to make is that Ms. Mente was not removed for the remarks she apparently made. But Ms. Mente was removed for disregarding the authority of the Chair when she was asked to leave the House. Because if the member had done what the Speaker had asked her to do, in terms of these rules, the member would not have been removed. But once there was a breach of Rule 70, which says, if the presiding officer is of the opinion that a member is deliberately contravening a provision of these rules, which is the rule that I've just cited now, and also Rule 92, which I'll read later, or that a member is disregarding the authority of the Chair, which is what happened when the member said, I will not withdraw, despite what you're saying, or that a member's conduct is grossly disorderly, he or she may order. Now, what does the conduct become grossly disorderly? Anything, in my view at least, that prevents a House from proceeding with business would qualify under that. Now, Rule 92.11, you'll tell me if I'm too fast with this. 92.11 says that the presiding officer's ruling on a point of order is final and binding and may not be challenged or questioned in the House. Challenged or questioned in the House. But then there's recourse on 2. A member who is aggrieved with the presiding officer on a point of order may subsequently, in writing, write to the Speaker, and the matter may be referred to the Rules Committee. So, I hope I've answered your point, but the point I'm making is that the removal of a member is never really about what the member has said or not said in the House. It's always about whether there was a disregard of the authority of the Chair, whether there was grossly disorderly conduct, or there was non-observance of a rule, as Rule 70 says. Thank you.
And then also just to confirm that the Speaker had asked the Sergeant-at-Arms to ask Ms. Mente to leave the House, and that she refused to do so.
Yes.
And that the Parliamentary Protection Services, the female members, we heard what the Speaker said, then entered the House to remove Ms. Mente.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Speaker, Chair, that is the end of the video clip evidence that we will rely on. The video clip you will see is more than 5 hours long. The relevant portions fall within, say, 2 hours and 20 minutes. And I just want to emphasize that just for the guidance of the committee as well. It's not necessary to go beyond that point. The charges all fall, as I said, within the 2-hour range, 2 hour and 10 minutes or so. Thank you. Mr. Kaso, are there any other comments that you wish to make? Otherwise, I just want to confirm certain aspects of the charges with you.
No, I have no comments to make.
Thank you. And then just to confirm, what is your general comments or observations in respect of all three members when they were removed? What was their behavior like in terms of the proceedings for the day and in the House?
Chair, I would just like to indicate to the House that the proceedings on that day started at 14:03. And under normal circumstances, after the announcement by the chair, the question session would have started at 14:05. But that day, the question session started at 14:53, which was about 48 minutes after the session should have started. That on its own is a challenge, because it means that the House was delayed in conducting its business, not by design, in terms of what the program committee would have agreed, but by what happened in the House. So what I've observed in terms of how the Speaker applied the rules, she had read out the rules that are applicable, starting with Honorable Ceza. She cited the rules, and the fact there was that it's Rule 67, among other things, which says that whenever the presiding officer addresses the House during a debate, any member then speaking or offending to speak must resume his or her seat, and the presiding officer must be heard without interruption, and various other things that Speaker said on the day. And the member, when the member refused, when the member was not in a position to abide by Speaker and he continued to speak, it was Speaker's determination that the member was deliberately disregarding the authority or contravening the rules, and that the member was disregarding the authority of the chair. The Speaker then asked the member to leave the chamber. Honorable Paulson, in terms of Rule 73(5), no member may in any manner whatsoever physically intervene in or prevent or obstruct or hinder the removal of a member from the chamber in terms of these rules. 6, any member or members who contravene sub-rule 5 may, on the instruction of the presiding officer, also be removed from the chamber and the precincts of Parliament forthwith. And with Honorable Mente, the issue we just discussed now, that it was not so much about what was said or not said, it was about a ruling by the Speaker not being complied with, because the rules say these rulings must be, they are final and must be complied with.
And in this respect, Mr. Councillor, sorry to bother you, or sorry to interject, is that Ms. Mente was asked to withdraw what the charge sheet describes as a disturbing and volatile exchange and remarks that she had made, and Ms. Magweba as well, we now know, did withdraw her statements. We see from the video evidence that Ms. Mente did not withdraw, she refused to withdraw.
Yes.
And so she refused to obey the authority in that sense of the Speaker.
Yes.
In respect of all three members, do you confirm that they refused to leave voluntarily?
Yes, I do. The video is clear, evidence what happened. In fact, I was in the House, apart from the video itself. The Speaker would not have called in even the Sergeant at Arms if members left on their own. This happens, I won't say daily, but regularly. That a member would, for whatever reason, refuse to withdraw a matter or a statement, and the Speaker asks the member to leave, and the member just leaves. It's the end of the matter. Just the end of the matter. There's no subcommittee on physical removal of members or rules committee that considers matter. It's the end of the matter. It happens in this Parliament. It happens in other Parliament. So the the requirement for a member to leave the house at a given point when there is disregard of the authority of the chair, it's a parliamentary practice, really, and yes, that's what really happened.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions for Mr. Castle.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, initiator. At this stage, I will invite the leader of the affected members, the legal team of the affected member, to cross-examine Mr. Kaso.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Klaas.
Good afternoon, Advocate.
We have observed your testimony in chief, and I would like to put a couple of questions to you in respect to the evidence that you have given, just by way of reaffirming and just as a starting point, a convenient starting point, is to just confirm with you that you advise this House and the Speaker as far as the rules are concerned. That's your role.
Yes, I do.
And you've been doing this, if I understand you correctly, for a period beyond a decade, isn't it?
Yes, actually, yes.
Well, at least when you put it together. And you've also testified that it is your function to guide the Speaker on the application of the rules in the House, correct?
Yes.
I would then take it that you would have done this throughout the process that leads to the 30th of August, 2022, correct?
Yes, I do.
Let's then start with, I want to ask you in chronological fashion. I do not want to start with the evidence as it was presented. I want to start with the last of the charged members of parliament, being Mente MP. Insofar as your role is, let's start there with the Speaker. It's actually the Speaker who makes the decision in relation to the process of the House and not you. That's correct.
That's very correct, yes.
In other words, when a decision is made, it is a decision that is made at the prerogative of the Speaker, correct?
That is correct.
Which necessarily means it's a state of mind that informs the decision, isn't it?
Well, decisions are made by the Speaker, and I simply advise, yes.
Yes. So in other words, it's the Speaker's state of mind that informs an eventual decision, isn't it?
Well, all I can say is that Speaker is the decision maker. Yes. I won't go into the psychology of how that decision is arrived at.
And because that is the position, you can't then tell this House what the Speaker's state of mind and what informed the decision was, can you?
What I can tell this House is what the rules provide for under certain circumstances, yes.
I agree with you, and necessarily then you can't purport to tell this House what the Speaker had in mind when she made the decisions that she did, not so?
I can't speak for what was in Speaker's mind, but I can speak of what informs a presiding officer when they make rulings.
As a matter of principle?
As a matter of principle and practice.
Yes. I agree with you. Let's then deal with Rule 26.4, which would be paginated 41 in the bundle.
41.
You'll just advise once you are there.
I am the chairperson. I'm using my rules, their rules. That's fine, you can proceed. I'm on Rule 26.
26.4.
Yes.
Do you mind reading that rule into the record for me, please?
Yes. The Speaker must act fairly and impartially and apply the rules with due regard to ensuring the participation of members of all parties in a manner consistent with democracy.
Yes. So then we can all agree as a matter of principle that when a speaker makes a decision, that decision must be applied consistently throughout all members of parliament, correct?
Just say that again, the last
So
part.
we then agree as a matter of principle based on 26.4,
Yes.
when a speaker makes a decision, that decision or the application of the rule must apply consistently to all members of the House.
We can agree that the rules say Speaker must apply fairly and impartially and allow the participation of members of all parties. That's what the rule says.
Correct. Let's deal with the question of Ms. Mente. I will not go back to the video. To the extent you contest the version that I put to you, then I'm happy to have the video played again. But as I observed, Ms. Mente specifically asks Speaker, what are you chasing me out for? Did you observe her say that?
Yes, I believe that she would have said something like that, yes.
And not only did she ask once, she asked 3 times specifically. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do, and the Speaker responded.
Yes. And if I recall, the Speaker's response was to simply say, given the chaos that culminated, I'm paraphrasing her wording, I'm asking you to withdraw. Correct?
The Speaker said, I saw the altercation between the two of you honorable members, and I'm asking you to withdraw. And of course, she asked Mkweba, who did not contest, who withdrew. And out of the principle of consistency, it was therefore Speaker's decision to ask Ms. Mente to also withdraw.
But the Speaker doesn't know what Ms. Mente said, isn't it?
No, she doesn't know, much as she doesn't know what Minister of Justice said. Minister Lamula said, but she still asked Mr. Lamula to withdraw.
No, don't draw comparisons with me, Mr. Glass. Can I ask Mr. Glass, so you answer the question, not draw comparisons for me? I'm asking you a specific question. The Speaker does not know what Ms. Mente said, isn't it?
No, she doesn't. Yes.
Yes, she doesn't. And if then she doesn't know what Ms. Mente said, it can't be that in terms of the rules.
We have lost out. Can hear me? You are right, Honorable Mente. But we must just wait because this was happening throughout, but I believe they will fix it. Technically, can you assist us? We can't hear the House. We can't hear speakers from the House, please.
Hello, Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mr. Sengale.
Okay, Chair, we'll proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Glasso, where I was with you is you had made a concession that the Speaker does not know what Ms. Mente said, correct?
The Speaker, Chair, does not know what Ms. Mente said in the same way that she does not know what Ms. Mkweba said.
Nonetheless, she asked Ms. Mente to leave the house, isn't it?
No, she asked Ms. Mente to withdraw what he said, the same thing that she did to Ms. Mkweba.
Indeed. The speaker asked Ms. Mente to leave the house, didn't she?
She did, after Ms. Mente refused to withdraw the remarks.
Correct. And what precipitated her asking to leave the house was her asking Ms. Mente to withdraw, isn't it?
Yes, it was her asking Ms. Mente to withdraw and Ms. Mente saying expressly and explicitly that she was not going to withdraw.
This is interesting, Mr. Klaus. I want you to take you to the Hansard in relation to Mr. Dlomo specifically. And this is in paginated page 385 of the Hansard. And if you're interested in reading it with me, I'll give you an opportunity to get a copy, but I can read it into the record at the moment. What preceded this engagement was Dr. Dlomo, MP, who's the member of the African National Congress. He is alleged to have said something that isn't becoming of the House. And the speaker then asks Mr. Dlomo to confirm if what is being accused of having said is true or not. You then go to page 385, and there you get the speaker's response after engagement with Mr. Dlomo. This is what the speaker says. Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Zulu. Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members, order, please. There is a matter which has been raised here. Not only has it been just raised, I heard it all, but there was somebody I recognized on the floor. I was asking, this is the important part, I was asking Honorable Member Dr. Dlomo to clarify what he had said which had annoyed Honorable Mkhaliphi. Now Honorable Dlomo has referred me to the Hansard. I will check the Hansard and come back and rule on the matter. Do you confirm that is what she said?
Yes, I do, Chairperson.
Do you confirm that the speaker here is not asking Honorable Dlomo to withdraw? She is prepared to pen her decision on the basis of Honorable Dlomo contesting the version that is given to the speaker. Do you confirm that?
No, I confirm that, Chair. And also to just reiterate the point I made, a similar situation happened with Honorable Lamula, and the member was asked to withdraw, and he withdrew, and Mkweba as well. Yes.
Well, that's not the question I'm asking, Mr.
No, no.
Klaso. I promise you get an opportunity to expand and reply, because then I lose my trail of thought and questioning once you expand on an issue I'm not addressing with you, so please bear with me. I am saying to you, Mr. Dlomo did not withdraw. The speaker was prepared to pen her decision because she could not confirm what Mr. Dlomo had said. Is that not so?
Yes, I confirm that this is what happened here with Mr. Dlomo.
Yes. The exact same thing happens to Mente MP. In fact, she asks, what did I say? You confirm the speaker did not hear it, but nonetheless, she insists that she withdraws, isn't it?
Yes, she does, and she does say what she had seen.
Yes. But then the decision is different in respect of materially the same sort of facts, isn't it?
The decision, as I saw it, is that the member was then asked to withdraw.
I agree with you. I get the sense you are trying to avert the conclusion I'm getting at, and it's quite smart of you as a lawyer, I would expect you to. But the principle, I'm sure you appreciate, Mr. Klaso, don't you?
Chair, I don't know what the advocate is getting to, so I can't anticipate what he wants to say, but yes, I'm with you.
And assume I'm right. Assume that the speaker applied the same principle inconsistently. Let's assume for a second that is the case. Had then the speaker applied the same rule consistently, i.e., she did not ask or insist that Dr. Dlomo withdraw, Subsequent to that, she would not have asked Mente MP to withdraw. And had she not asked Mente MP to withdraw, then what she's being charged with would not have happened, isn't it?
Yes, that would have happened, and I think it's important to state that the issue of Ms. Mente must be seen in the context of the issue of Ms. Mkweba. Thank you.
I'm not too sure I get the answer. Please assist me. So when you answer, please start with a yes or no, and I promise you, if you ask me to expand, then I will make a decision as to whether I'm letting you. I promise you, if I'm misleading, I'm sure the initiator will redirect you with the right questioning. I'm just more interested in you answering directly my question without qualification. I am saying to you, if I'm correct in my suggestion, that had the speaker applied the same rule, the same way she applied it to Dr. Dlomo, then she would not have insisted that Mente MP leave the house, and I think they will agree. And I am saying, had that been the case, then Ms. Mente would not have been asked to leave the house, isn't it? Because the chronological flow of events, isn't it? The one being pegged on the other.
Chair, it's difficult to speculate. I don't
That's
know
quite
what.
interesting. That's quite interesting.
I don't know what Ms. Mente would have done.
Yes,
or
and
not done.
that's precisely my difficulty, that you've been purporting to speak for the speaker and what informed her decision, because it's what the rule says, and that was your advice to her. You're prepared to speculate on that basis. I'm now pinching the toes, and now suddenly you're not prepared to make the same speculations. That's the difficulty I'm having here. I'm saying to you, on the application of the rules, and I'm asking you to apply them the same way you've been applying them when you were leading the evidence in chief. I'm saying to you, as a matter of rule and principle, if you are not being asked to withdraw, it can't be then that you're asked to leave the house for failure to withdraw.
Of course.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So, but for the speaker insisting that Ms. Mente withdraw, she would not have had to be asked to leave the house. Not so.
Yes, that is so, and I'm hoping that later on you'll allow me to expand. Thanks.
No, I'm pretty sure if the initiator is interested in an expansion, she will direct you there. Me, not so much. Let's go to the second witness, which is now Mr. Keza.
You mean the second charge?
No, no.
You said witness.
No, I see what you mean. So I mean in my order. So in my order, if Ms. Mente first, now I want to deal with Mr. Keza. We've observed the engagements between the speaker and Mr. Keza, and I don't want to take you there. I just want to speak on the issue of what it is that you observed. Did you perhaps have the benefit of what the engagement was between the security personnel and Mr. Keza?
Can you please clarify that point?
What I mean is, do you know what verbal exchanges there were between Mr. Keza and the security service after he had refused to leave the house?
No, I don't know.
So you can't speak to that?
No, because I was not in the space where I could hear what they were saying.
I accept
Security
that.
services.
Yes. No, I accept that.
Chief, if I could just clarify, the verbal exchanges with the security services after Mr. Keza refused to leave the house, is that what is being asked of the witness?
Correct, that's the question. So,
okay, just to avoid any confusion and just to be, I think, fair to the committee and to Mr. Castle, what security services are you talking about? Because the security services only come in after the refusal, not before.
Thank you. Proceed, Advocate.
To the best of my recollection, there was only one instance where there were engagement between the security personnel and Mr. Xesa. Isn't that the case?
Chair, just to clarify again the point, the steps were Mr. Xesa being asked to leave or directed to leave, refusing Sergeant at Arms, then being asked to approach Mr. Xesa, and Mr. Xesa refusing to leave as assisted by Sergeant at Arms, and then the Parliamentary Protection Services being asked to remove Mr. Xesa.
Yes, I'm talking about the Parliamentary Protection Services. I'm saying there was only one engagement between Mr. Xesa and those security services. Isn't that so?
Yes.
So I must be talking about the circumstance, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. And I'm saying to you, could not observe their verbal interaction, not so?
No.
Yes. So you don't know what they said to each other?
No, I don't know.
And I'm saying to you, he's going to take the stand. I'm going to call him either later today or tomorrow. And what he's going to tell you is that he did not refuse to leave Parliament. He's going to tell this House that there was an engagement between Malema MP and the Speaker on the question of him being warned before he's asked to leave. And the reason he did not vacate the House at the time was not in defiance of the Speaker's ruling, but rather to get confirmation as to what is the Speaker's ultimate ruling following what Malema MP has invited the Speaker to do. Do you have a comment to that?
Sorry, Madam Chair, my learned friend just went a little bit too quick for me. If he could please just repeat what will be the version of Mr. Xesa, so that we can take it down as accurately as possible. Thank you.
I'm not going to use the verbatim language he's going to use because I do not know how he's going to phrase it, but the principle is this. Mr. Xesa is going to come and testify that he was not defying the Speaker for the sake of defying the Speaker. In fact, he's going to testify that he can be observed standing at one point. And then at another point, various members, including Malema MP, say, Speaker, no, but Speaker, warn him first. In other words, you can't just kick him out without warning. Now, we can debate the merits and the demerits of whether a warning is something the Speaker is supposed to issue first. But Xesa's submission is simply, well, I don't know what the rules provide for, and I hear now that there's a debate as to whether I'm entitled to a warning or not. So after standing up, being prepared to leave, and I hear this engagement, I then take the seat. Just so now the issue is resolved between the Speaker and Malema MP. Do you have anything to gainsay that?
Chair, the only thing I can say, given that you've asked me if I have anything to say there, is that a member who is aggrieved by a ruling of the presiding officer has an opportunity to approach the Rules Committee to discuss, for that committee to consider the matters. Now, that has not happened up to now. So I don't know what happened between Mr. Xesa and the security people. That's my response.
Thank you, Mr. Klaas. Let me now take you to the issue of Paulsen MP. Did you have the benefit of observing the verbal communication between Mr. Paulsen MP and the Protection Services at the point the Protection Services sought to evict Mr. Xesa MP from the House?
Sure, not the verbal exchange, if there was any, but the physical interaction I did observe.
And this is interesting because you would have observed earlier on, I took issue with how the initiator was posing questions to you precisely because it takes us to this point where she gives a version and she asks you to confirm it, and you either confirm it or you correct the version she was asking you to confirm. And it related to this particular issue where she said, well, can you confirm that Mr. Paulson was fighting with the protection services? You corrected her. And what did you say was happening?
I won't be verbatim, just citing from you. I said something to the effect that Mr. Paulson I saw him interfering with the protection services, not in a friendly manner. He asked if she was fighting, I think if I remember well. If he fought, I didn't use the word fight. I said interfered, not in a friendly manner. Yes.
Correct, and just by way of correction, she didn't ask you, she was telling you, asking you to confirm, and you refused to confirm, and then you chose to phrase it in the manner you're phrasing it now. And it's important because that is his version as well, that firstly he was not fighting. And he is going to come and testify that the interactions between himself and the protection services were not, again, for the sake of undermining the authority of the speaker. He's going to come and testify that he stood up, he approached the protection services, he put his hand up to stop them, and specifically said, wait, before you take him out, there's an engagement around whether he should be kicked out or not. Do you have anything to gainsay that version?
No, I have nothing to say because that is his version, and all I can tell you when you ask me is what Rule 73(5) says. That's all.
Yes. What I'm getting at is this, that if their versions are true, then you can hardly say they're acting contemptuously towards the Speaker or Parliament, isn't it?
Chair, it really will be for this committee to make that determination, not for me.
But you can accept as a matter of principle, there can't be contempt without intention, isn't it?
Chair, again, I will not venture into that. The committee must apply its mind.
I am putting it to you that you can never negligently be in contempt. Do you have anything to...
I don't know, Chair.
Very well. Apologies, I'll just confirm.
No problem.
I want to take you to Mr. Zungula's comment in the same sitting. I'll just confirm with you now where you can find it in the Hansard. It is on page 482 of the Hansard where Zungula MP addresses the Speaker. I'll just give you a moment to get there.
You said 482, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I am there, Chairperson.
Just out of interest, the Speaker had given an undertaking after Mente had asked her over and over, what am I going to withdraw? The Speaker gave an undertaking that she'll refer to the Hansard and confirm with Mente. You do know that has never happened to date, isn't it, Mr. Glass?
Yes, I do, and I can indicate why, if you are interested in that.
Sure.
Sure. May I?
Sure.
Shall I proceed?
Yes, please.
Yes. When the matter then served before the subcommittee on the removal of members, and subsequently before the Rules Committee, the issue was outside of the House. It was now for these structures to deal with this issue. And that is why going back to the House and basically running a parallel process would not have made sense. So it is now for these structures. If Ms. Mente, Honorable Mente, would like to raise that in her defense, I mean, the member would be, of course, at liberty to do that.
Sure, but you did advise this committee that you advise the speaker on what is appropriate to do in terms of steps, isn't it?
Yes, I do.
And you also confirmed that you were actually part and parcel of the meeting that followed, which meeting produced the report of the speaker, isn't it?
Yes.
If your function is to advise the speaker, surely that includes ensuring that she undertakes the functions she's undertaking she will do, isn't it?
Yes, it involves that, and it also involves me advising her whether it would still be appropriate to deal with a matter which is being dealt with by another structure.
And so you're saying it is appropriate to raise a charge, and you'd appreciate the political implications of punishing a member of parliament. You're saying you are prepared to go ahead and charge a member on a basis of a factual issue that hasn't been resolved and which is the basis of the charge. Are you saying that is in order?
Chair, can I just say again the point that I made initially? The basis of this charge is a member refusing to abide by the directive of the chair. That's the basis of this charge, of this. And again, I've also indicated that when a member is unhappy with a ruling of the presiding officer, there is the forum of the Rules Committee where the matter could be raised. That matter was not raised there. So the member could have, because the rules say members must comply with the rulings of the presiding officer. That is Rule 8, 2 and 3. So the member was supposed to comply with the ruling and then challenge that issue, and Speaker could have then gone back to the House if she thought it was necessary to do that. Thanks.
Let's assume the speaker makes an improper decision and kicks out a member of parliament. You appreciate that limits unlawfully the relevant member's right to participate in the House, and you can never correct that post ex facto. Not so?
So the point that I would like to make is that there are rules that must be complied with. And those rules say the rulings of the presiding officer must be complied with. So members are expected to comply with those rules. And hence I mentioned the recourse of the Rules Committee. If a member is of the view that how a matter was dealt with was incorrect, then that structure will pronounce on the matter. Yeah. Thanks, Chair.
I'm going to ask again, Mr. Klaas, so that you answer my question. I'm saying, if a member of parliament is kicked out of parliament, unlawfully so, regardless of what remedies they have, you can never undo that prejudice to that member of parliament.
Chair, the point that I'm not going to respond to is the unlawfully so matter. If a member obviously is asked to leave the House in terms of the rules, obviously the member will not participate in what follows after that order.
I'm saying as a matter of principle, I'm not talking about this particular disciplinary hearing, I'm saying postulate a scenario where, as a matter of principle, and it is accepted, forget the facts of this matter, as a matter of principle, if a speaker makes an unlawful decision to kick out a member of parliament, whatever recourse that member have after the fact can never undo that prejudice as a matter of principle.
Chair, sorry. I want to state firstly, because we are dealing with this case here, I mean, I don't want to speculate on issues. In this matter, as far as I'm concerned, everything that the Speaker did was in compliance with the rules. So how another forum would find whether a matter was unlawful or lawful is really not for me to say. So that is all. I can't take the matter beyond that, Chair. Thank you.
Very well, Mr. Glass. So, Mr. Zungula, at the page I've referred you to, which is the at page 482, in the middle of that page, it says, Speaker, I think let me start by saying you are not fair, you are not objective, and if there is any breakdown in the decorum of the House, that is a reflection of you being a speaker. You stated when Honorable Shibamb was speaking that he must not make a speech. Few minutes later, Honorable Pambo speaks, and he makes a speech for more than 20 minutes. You allow him to speak. Honorable Khatebe spoke, and after he spoke, you allowed Honorable Nyaye to speak after him. Then Honorable Matumba rose. And so on he goes. Ultimately concludes by saying, because you allowed the honorable members from the ANC to speak one after the other, when Honorable Matumba is rising on a point of order, you did not want him to speak. So that is what I'm raising, that you are not fair, and the reason why there is always a breakdown in the decorum of the House is because you are failing to apply your duties objectively and fairly. And I want to draw your specific attention to two role players in the sitting of the 30th of August 2022. I'm suggesting to you that Honorable Geza asked for a point of order for the first time, and the Speaker did not recognize him. The first time he raised a point of order, the Speaker did not recognize him, not knowing what it is that he was going to say. And I'm going to suggest to you that Honorable Khatebe asked for points of orders 3 times. None of them were rejected. He was allowed to speak on 3 occasions. You then have Honorable Geza raising a point of order again. And the first time he actually raised the point of order is asked to leave the House. Now I'm saying to you, let me start here with that background in mind. I'm pretty certain that you are familiar with the case law that says you deal with members of parliament as members of parliament, not as a collective of political formations. Do you accept that?
Chair, members indeed are here. Of course, they are here through their parties, but they are dealt with as members, of course, depending also on the context. Yes.
In other words, when someone raises a point of order, they're not raising a point of order on behalf of their political party. They're raising it as an individual member. Do you accept that?
Indeed, they are raising it, well, yes, as an individual member, yeah.
In other words, you can't make a decision as to whether you allow a point of order on the basis of what political party someone is from. Do you accept that?
You can make a decision, a ruling on the basis of what members in the House are doing, generally, not necessarily political parties, but members, the situation that is caused by members in the House. Yes.
I'll take that to be you accepting that as a principle, qualify it as you qualify it as a matter of principle. Members raise point of orders as individual members of parliament.
Yes, I do take that point.
And then you have Honorable Khatebe raising 3 points of order without any contest or without any objection from the Speaker. Do you accept that?
Except that Chair, he's not the only one who raised more than 1 point of order.
That is precisely the point. That's exactly the point I'm getting at.
Yes, he's not the only one who raised a point of order. Yes.
Yes. And in this case, not once does the Speaker say you can speak. Not one time. Do you accept that?
Chair, all I know is that Mr. Khatebe was allowed to speak by the Speaker.
No, I'm asking a different
was permitted
question.
to speak.
No, I'm asking a different question. I'm saying Honorable Geza was not allowed to speak not once by the Speaker. Do you accept that?
Honorable Geza spoke unrecognized, and when the Speaker tried to explain, Honorable Geza continued speaking. And the Speaker's view was that he was disregarding the authority of the Speaker.
In other words, he was never allowed to speak by the Speaker.
No, he spoke. He was never permitted to speak. He spoke, and when the Speaker tried to stop him, he continued to speak.
In other words, every time he's asked for a point of order, not once has the speaker allowed him to speak.
Just say that again.
In other words, of all the times he's asked to speak, not once did the speaker say, yes, I recognize you. That's the question I'm asking you.
Who?
As to what Mr. Gaza does or does not do is not what I'm concerned about. What I'm specifically asking you, not once did the speaker recognize Honorable Gaza.
Because Honorable Gaza did not even ask to be recognized. He just
It's
spoke.
not true. That's not true.
Okay, that's my recollection. We can check it again. But in any event, he spoke, and then when the speaker intervened, Honorable Gaza continued to speak.
I don't want to be unfair to you. If you're interested, I could take you to the Hansard on multiple occasions asking to speak, and not once is he allowed. So do you accept my version to you, or would you be interested in me taking you there?
I will take your version, but I'm talking about the instance where Honorable Gaza was asked to leave the house.
Yes. And before we get there, you do not contest my version that on multiple times he's asked to speak and he was never permitted.
No, I will not contest it because I've not verified it. Yeah.
Precisely. And if that is the case, then again, at the face of it, there's an inconsistent application of the same rule by the speaker, which you've just confirmed that many people have been allowed to speak more than once, but for some reason, not once is Honorable Gaza recognized.
Chair, I think the point that I would really want to make, and I think I have to make this point. You always have to consider the context in which things happen, and you consider the build-up of events in the House and the stage at which the instance of Mr. Gaza occurred. Because it was at the point when Speaker had said, at this point, I'm reading Rule 70, and I'm saying I'm not going to be taking any further points on this matter. And in defiance of that, the Honourable Member spoke. And when Speaker tried to intervene, the Honourable Member continued to speak.
And this is quite interesting, and I'm happy you took me there. So despite the speaker saying that, Honorable Khadebe yet again stood up, and the chair allowed him to speak.
I think when you consider the issue of Honorable Gaza and the ruling, you must consider the context in which it happened and how the member was addressing the chair and on what point the member was speaking when he addressed the chair. And the chair took all of those things into account and was of the opinion that the member was disregarding the authority of the chair.
And again, we're back here, Mr. Glasso. You've just now speculated on what the state of the mind of the speaker was because it's convenient for you to do that now. I'd asked you previously to give me a summation as you see it. Your answer, because it was not convenient for you to answer that question because you knew I was going, you refused, claiming you can't speculate what the state of the mind of the speaker is. It's convenient for you to do it now. You're speculating. You have a comment for that?
Chair, that's the advocate's view. It's certainly not my view. My view is guided by what the rules provide and what the scenario was in the House. So I deny that version by advocate with respect. Thank you.
If you can just give me a moment again.
Honorable members, we have got 2 minutes left. What should happen? We will have to adjourn for today and we'll resume tomorrow at 10. So thank you so much, Advocate. We'll meet tomorrow. Thank you. The meeting stand adjourned.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Sorry, Chair, if I could just... Sorry, Chair, if I could just clarify, cross-examination, it happened very quickly. Will it continue tomorrow?
Yes.
Thank
It
you.
will, I would like to put the advocate, the leader of the affected members to proceed with cross-examination, but I will specify time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.